Recording in progress.
There will now be an opportunity for silent prayer or meditation. Thank you. Please be seated. Honorable members, let's settle down and keep apart from each other in the interest of safety, all of our safety. The Secretary will read the first order of the day.
Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Justice and Correctional Services on request to initiate a process to fill vacancies on Information Regulator in terms of Protection of Personal Information Act 2013, Act number 14 of 2013.
Thank you. I will now call upon Honorable Gratitude Magwanish to introduce the report.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, honorable members. Report of the Portfolio Committee on Justice and Correctional Services on the request to initiate a process to fill vacancies on the Information Regulator in terms of the Protection of Personal Information Act number 14 of 2013. The need to fill vacancies on the Information Regulator arises because the terms of office of the chairperson, the two full-time members, and the part-time member of the Information Regulator expire on 30 November 2021. The Protection of Personal Information Act, POPIA, provides for the President of the Republic to appoint the chairperson and the members of the regulator on the recommendation of the House, supported by a majority of its members. The Act also requires that the House recommends which ordinary members must be appointed in a full-time or part-time capacity. The term of office is not more than 5 years, but members are eligible for reappointment. In this instance, the serving chairperson, Advocate Pente Tlhakula, and two ordinary members, Advocate Johannes Colin Wipont and Advocate Lebogang Cordelia Strom Nzama, put their names forward for reappointment. The committee received 29 nominations or applications. Of these, one candidate withdrew from the process. On the 17th of November 2021, the committee interviewed the 8 shortlisted candidates. Having considered the minister's request to the National Assembly, the committee resolved that the National Assembly recommends that the following candidates be appointed to the Information Regulator. Advocate Pente Tlhakula as chairperson, Advocate Lebogang Strom Nzama as an ordinary member in a full-time capacity, Advocate Johannes Colin Wipont as an ordinary member in a full-time capacity, Mr. Mfana Gwala as an ordinary member in a part-time capacity. The committee wishes to thank the candidates for making themselves available to be considered for the appointment. I recommend that this House considers this report favorably. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, honorable members. I believe political parties have expressed a wish to make declarations. The usual times, members will apply. So, I know you may be very generous to yourself, but please don't do it today. Just keep to your time allocated to yourself. The DA?
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. The 4 vacancies that have arisen with the Information Regulator have already been explained. the Democratic Alliance supports all four of the recommendations. Initially, at the beginning of the term of Ms. Tlakula as chairperson, we opposed her appointment. She has, however, done a good job. She has dealt with the difficult task of setting up the regulator and setting up an office. And so this time around, we are in support of the recommendation to appoint her as the chairperson for a second term. Similarly, we support the recommendation to appoint Ms. Stroom and Mr. Weapond as full-time members for a second term. This is really in the interest of continuity and consistency. We believe that going forward in the second term of the Information Regulator, it will be important to have members who have a historical background. And during the interview process, there were many young, talented young people who were interviewed. It was quite heartening to see the pool of talent out there. We support the recommendation to appoint Mr. Gwala as the part-time commissioner for a first term. We do, however, want to draw attention to the fact that all three commissioners, Mr. Kula, Ms. Stroom and Mr. Weapond, are now going to be in their second terms if appointed, and they will not be eligible for reappointment after these second terms, and that things need to be dealt with proactively going forward because these are three full-time commissioners, and all three of them are serving a non-renewable second term. So as the end of their terms approaches, there needs to be some proactive action put in place to ensure that the business of the regulator is not disrupted and that appointments to those three posts are made in good time so that there's no time lapse between the expiry of the terms of the incumbents and the appointment of new members. But we do we do support the recommendations in the report. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. EFF, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Chairperson, South Africa is fast descending into a period of unbridled lawlessness, where criminals aided by the state have a free pass to encroach on the rights of citizens. These acts of criminality go as far as encroaching on personal information for nefarious purposes. The state is also at the forefront of violating the rights of the citizens to the protection of personal information. The Protection of Personal Information Act provides us with the necessary legal protection against these acts. It is for this reason that we need an independent and strong information regulator in this country to guard against the violation of the rights to this personal information. It is also for this reason that institutions such as the Information Regulator must not be used for deployment of comrades, but rather they must be reflective of the diversity of skills in this country, because this is an institution tasked with guarding rights guaranteed in Section 14 of the Constitution. Sadly, the institution has not done very well in raising public awareness about its existence and what it offers to South African citizens. The list of people recommended for appointment by this committee does not inspire confidence that factors of ability and diversity have been considered. We all know that Advocate Pansy Tlakula is a long-standing member of the ruling party and has been recycled from one position to another in the public service. It is difficult to understand why it is difficult to find new, capable people untainted by political party loyalties to lead critical institutions such as the Information Regulator. So therefore, we reject this recommendation. Thank you.
IFP.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. As the pandemic has undeniably altered our way of working and exponentially increased our reliance on technology, the importance of protecting the personal information of the public cannot be overstated. The operation of the Protection of Personal Information Act of 2013 has long been in the making, and the delay in the enforcement thereof has caused serious concern and outcry. Finally, on the 1st of July 2021, the remainder of the Act and importantly, its enforcement provisions came into operation. The Information Regulator, an impressive institution on paper, could finally start enforcing and monitoring compliance with the Protecting of Personal Information Act and holds persons accountable for the transgression. We must remind ourselves that legislation means very little if the institution mandated to enforce these instruments are weak. It is crucial that the Information Regulator is properly funded, has adequate support staff, and above all enforces its mandate with integrity and efficiency. The IFP, on considering the report of the Portfolio Committee on the filling of vacancies of the Information Regulator, agrees with the 4 recommendations made by the Portfolio Committee. We must support the nominations of Advocate Tlakula as the chairperson, Advocate Strum Nazama, and Advocate Colin Weapon as ordinary member in full-time capacity, and then finally Mr. Kwala as an ordinary member in part-time capacity. The recommendations by the Portfolio Committee followed an open and transparent process involving public nomination and a public interview process, which is aligned with our country's constitutional values. The IFP is satisfied by the process undertaken by the Portfolio Committee. In conclusion, the IFP wishes to stress all the nominees the importance of leading and exercising their power in this institution without fear, favor, and prejudice, and above all, ensure they remain committed to the Constitution. Now more than ever, the work of the Information Regulator is critical, and the public must trust that the institution is able to fulfill its mandate properly. The IFP supports the report. Thank you.
Thank you. FF Plus. FF Plus. ACDP.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, the Information Regulator, as we all know, plays a key role in the protection of personal information in terms of the Papaya Act. And on the 1st of July this year, the last provisions, the outstanding provisions of this Act were put into effect. Now, we have seen significant data breaches in the past which have infringed the personal information of many people, and the Information Regulator does take these matters up and plays a very important role in this regard. We've also seen significant breaches of personal information during the COVID-19 pandemic, particularly when it comes to medical information. This is another issue that the Information Regulator also takes up. But it is crucial that public awareness must be raised as to this institution and the important role that it plays in protecting personal information. There have been a number of significant challenges set out in establishing the office, and that is why it is important for continuity to have the experienced members that served in the first term continuing into the second term. It is for that reason that the ACDP supports these nominations. I thank you.
Thank you. UDM. Ayiphenduli UDM manje namhlanje. ATM. Abek. Good.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Good is in support of the nominations.
Thank you. Absolutely profound. NFP.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. National Freedom Party notes the report of the Portfolio Committee on Justice and Correctional Services on the process to fill vacancies on the Information Regulator. We appreciate fair and free appointment from political interference, and one hopes that this process was conducted in such fashion and disregard for culture of cadre deployment. We have seen many of our state agencies, state-owned enterprises and departments underperform year in, year out, crippled with issues of governance, poor performance, and capacity of officials appointed to be in senior position. The committee recommended for the appointment of Advocate Penzi Tlakula as a purpose in Information Regulator. Now, Deputy Speaker, the NFP has come across reports implicating Advocate Tlakula, who was reproved by the Public Protector for her apparent role in the IEC's dubious deal with a property developer to lease new premises for the Commission. The then Public Protector Advocate Thuli Madonsela blamed Tlakula for mismanaging the procurement process and even putting This is not in any way to chairperson of the IR. She is qualified for the position and possesses national agenda and women in power in the transformation agenda as the NFP. The NFP worker, as for Advocate, has since come across reports about his professional and personal conduct. This came with the admittance of the National Notaries Board for failing to take action when he was being investigated for serious misconduct by his then employer. Advocate Wepoint absconded his duties from the ABSA while an investigation was underway and before he could appear before a disciplinary committee. The ABSA investigation made some serious findings against Advocate Wepoint. But Speaker, it is not so much about what was happening in his personal finances, but his failure to disclose truthful credit judgments against him. Speaker, let it be known that the National Freedom Party does not seek to air people's personal misjudgment and misfortune, but when applying to serve on the highest structure of a public institution, you are open to public scrutiny. Therefore, based on the information and evidence that the NFP perused, which implicated Advocate Wepoint as a man allegedly incapable of honesty, we cannot support the recommendation of the committee on this appointment. National Freedom Party also welcomes the recommendation of the committee on candidate Mr. Mfana Kwala. Thank you, Speaker.
You mean deputy? AIC?
Deputy Speaker, the AIC stands to support the recommendations for the nominations. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Cope? Cope is in the PAC.
PAC supports.
Thank you, sir. Al-Jamaa. Al-Jamaa. Hanif Asnini. ANC.
Chair. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Let me start by an inspiration, Deputy Speaker, and I quote, "It should also be noted that there is a close link between human dignity and privacy in our constitutional order. The right to privacy entrenched in Section 14 of the Constitution recognizes that human beings have a right to a sphere of intimacy and autonomy that should be protected from invasion. This right serves to foster human dignity. No sharp lines then can be drawn between reputation, dignitas, and privacy in giving effect to the human dignity in our Constitution, close quote." These are the words which Justice Kate O'Regan penned down in a judgment confirming the close link between the human dignity and the right to privacy. As outlined in the preamble, the Protection of Personal Information Act 4 of 2013 gives effect to Section 14 of the Constitution. It gives expression to the constitutional values of democracy and openness. The POPIA has been promulgated to regulate, in harmony with international standards, the processing of personal information by public and private bodies in a manner that gives effect to the right to privacy, subject, of course, to to justifiable limitations that are aimed at protecting other rights and important interests. The Information Regulator, an independent body, subject to the law and the Constitution and accountable to the National Assembly, is empowered to, amongst others, to monitor and enforce compliance by public and private bodies with the provisions of POPIA. Given that vacancies will arise within the Information Regulator at the end of November, and following a letter from the Minister of Justice and Correctional Services requesting the Portfolio Committee on Justice and Correctional Services to initiate a process to fill the vacancies in the Information Regulator, the process to fill these was initiated. We advertised, we shortlisted, we interviewed, we concluded on these 4 candidates. Not surprising, the EFF that stood here were not participating in any of those processes. So you would not be surprised when they come here and reject, because they reject what they don't know. They reject what they don't know. And I must make the point in supporting Honorable Breitenbach and other members to say when we concluded on these interviews, we framed this, the adoption, the recommendation of these 4 names under the theme, continuity and change. That we are continuing with these 4 names, Aus Pensi Tlakula, Advocate Stroom, and Advocate Whipont, together with Mfana Gwala as a part-time regulator. We were very clear. We went through a very vigorous process of interviews. These members performed very well. The Information Regulator is a critical institution for democracy like ours. We are aware that there are teething issues and many challenges as the institution is still relatively new. We commit to supporting the institution in executing its mandate. As the ANC, we wish to express our sincere appreciation to the members of the regulator for their service to the Republic of South Africa. We wish the incoming members of the regulator, as led by the able and capable advocate Tlakula, everything of the best, with faith that they will continue doing the good work that they did in the previous term. Let the Information Regulator continue with its good work, and we are not deterred. We are focused. We are here running this country. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Members, the question before the House is that Advocate Pensi Tlakula as the chairperson, Advocate Lebogang Stroom Zama is an ordinary member in a full-time capacity, Advocate Johannes Colin Wepont is an ordinary member in a full-time capacity, and Mr. Mfana Gwala as an ordinary member in a part-time capacity, as nominated by the committee, be recommended for appointment to the Information Regulator. Are there any objections to the recommendation as read out?
Note the objection of the EFF.
We will do that. Honorable members, in terms of section 412A and B2 of the Protection of Personal Information Act 2013, persons nominated for appointment to serve on the Information Regulator must be approved by a majority members of the Assembly. Although a division has not been demanded, members are required to record their support for the nomination. Members will therefore be required to record their support by means of the manual voting procedure, as we understand so far. The bells will be rung for 5 minutes to alert members to the voting process. Is it? Is it right? Good, good, good. You'll brief me, yeah, sure. Honorable members, please settle down. Ngicela nithule manje sesiyaqala umsebenzi. Honorable member, ngicela uthule. Angifuni ukukubiza ngegama. The speaker has determined that in accordance with the rules, a manual voting procedure will be used for this division. Firstly, in order to establish a quorum, I will request the table to confirm that we do have the requisite number of members physically present in the chamber and on the virtual platform to take this decision. Party whips will then be given an opportunity to confirm the number of their members present and indicate if they vote for or against the question. A member who wishes to abstain or vote against the party vote may do so by informing the chair. This rule, this requirement, as you hear, it is for a different purpose, but it's relevant here as well. Let's hear you, Ndate. Okay. Okay. I'm told we do have the required number. The question before the House is the approval of the nomination of Advocate Penzitla Kola as the chairperson, Advocate Lebogang Strom Nzama as an ordinary member in a full-time capacity, Advocate Johannes Colin Wepond as an ordinary member in full-time capacity, and Ms. Dimfana Gwala as an ordinary member in a part-time capacity to the Information Regulator. Voting will now commence. The doors to the chamber will be locked and members will not be allowed to enter the virtual platform until voting is concluded. Whips, could you confirm the number of your members present in the chamber and on the virtual platform and indicate if they vote for or against? Chief Whip?
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Greetings to all honorable members in the plenary here, physical and virtual. Honorable Speaker, the African National Congress has 50 inside here in plenary, physically 50. On the virtual platform, we have 124, totaling up to 174. The ANC vote in support and fully endorse the recommendation of the committee. Thank you.
Thank you. DA?
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. In the House, we have 14 members. On the online platform, we have 44 members, giving us a total of 58 members voting in favour.
EFF?
Your Speaker, we are 24 online, 5 in the House against.
Okay. IFP?
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. We are 6 on the platform voting in support.
Thank you. FF Plus?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. We are 8 on the virtual platform in support.
Thank you. ACDP?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The ACDP has 2 on virtual, 2 in the House in support. Thank you.
UDM?
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I'm 1 in the House voting in favor. Thank you.
Thank you. ATM? Not here. Good.
Deputy Speaker, we are 2 on virtual and we in support. Thank you.
Thank you. NFP?
Deputy Speaker, 1 in the House and I am in support. Thank you.
Thank you. IEC? Okay, let it go. Let it go, please. COPE? PAC? Al-Jama? Okay. I would imagine there isn't anybody who wishes to abstain from the party line. Abstain and or vote against the party line. Okay? They will talk. This is a question. And if you know you want to do that, you will do it. I don't have to spoon feed honorable members. This is why they are here. They are very sharp, generally speaking. Okay, the voting is now closed, or recording of support or otherwise is now closed. Di a kopana dipalo. Aren't you taking long, guys? Or is it me who's a bit impatient? Honorable members, 253 members have recorded their support. The recommendation is therefore agreed to in terms of Section 412A and B, 2 of the Protection of Personal Information Act 2013. Thank you very much. The Secretary will read the second order.
Consideration of budgetary review and recommendation report of Portfolio Committee on Public Works and Infrastructure on performance of Department of Public Works and entities.
I now recognize the Honorable, the Chief Whip of the Majority Party, Pemi Machotina. Honorable Member.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I move that the report be adopted. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
As has been agreed by all parties, there will be no declaration of votes on budget reports. However, I will allow parties to indicate their objections if they wish to do so. The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? None. Agreed to. The Secretary will read the third order.
Consideration of budgetary review and recommendation report of Portfolio Committee on Transport.
Chief Whip.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I move that the report be adopted. Thank you.
The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections?
EFF objects.
Okay. We will note the objection of the EFF. The motion is therefore agreed to. The Secretary will read the fourth and fifth orders together.
Consideration of Joint Standing Committee on the Financial Management of Parliament on Parliament of Republic of South Africa's performance in Quarter 3 of 2020-2021. And the next one, consideration of report of Joint Standing Committee on the Financial Management of Parliament on Parliament of Republic of South Africa's performance in Q4 of 2020-2021.
I now call upon Honorable Kaiso to introduce reports.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. It's an honor for me to table the report of the Joint Standing Committee on Financial Management of Parliament for both the third and fourth quarter 2020-21 performance of Parliament of the Republic of South Africa in this August House. The Joint Standing Committee on Financial Management of Parliament is established as per the provision of Financial Management Committee, as per provision of Financial Management of Parliament and Provincial Legislature Act of Number 10 of 2009. The FMPLA requires the Executive Authority of Parliament to table the Parliament's performance in implementing the annual performance plan of the quarter of each quarter for the consideration and reporting of the committee. Indeed, Honorable Speaker, the committee has fulfilled the aforesaid mandate by considering both the third and fourth quarters of Parliament's performance in implementing its 2020-21 annual performance plan and its report as follows. Honorable Speaker, it is important to the first highlight that the two quarterly reports which I have and I'm tabling here were still assessing the implementation of the fifth Parliament's strategic plan. However, since the current financial year, which is 2021-22, the Parliament has started the implementation of the sixth Parliament strategic plan. The reason I have to emphasize that it is because some of the issues the committee raised from both reports will no longer be relevant going forward due to the change in how the six parliaments have organized and strive to achieve. Having said that, Honorable Speaker, for both quarters under review, the Parliament has performed fairly. For the third quarter, the Parliament has exceptionally performed. It recorded 87.5% performance, which was as a result of achieving 7 planned performance targets out of 8 planned performance targets. Whilst for the fourth quarter, it recorded 75%, which is lower than the third quarter. In terms of financial performance, the Parliament spent 88.9% of its allocated budget for the third quarter, whilst it spent 67% for the fourth quarter. Honorable Speaker, the alignment between financial and non-financial performance, which Parliament has shown in these quarters, is indeed good financial management and good progress towards prudent financial management. This is indeed needed to be applauded. I've never seen it before. Despite the good performance recorded by Parliament, the committee has noted concerns which include, amongst others, the over-expenditure of compensation of members during the fourth quarter by 9 million rands. This was further projected by the end of 2020 financial year 2020-21 financial year, would be overspent by another 16 million rands. This overspending was due to the budget cuts of 30,683,000 rands from October during the 2020 budget adjustments. It is against this background that the committee recommends that the executive authority of Parliament and the Minister of Finance should find a constructive solution to the budgetary challenges to ensure that Parliament is able to deliver on its constitutional mandate. Lastly, Deputy Speaker, the committee is very concerned about the slow pace in filling posts critical to the leadership and functioning of the institution. especially that of CFO, the Chief Audit Executive and the Secretary of Parliament. Honorable Speaker, this has the potential of creating instability within the institution. Since the Q1 report, we recommended that we must be furnished with reasons for these delays, and to date, we haven't received any response in this regard. Therefore, we pledge for your indulgence, Deputy Speaker, to expedite this process. Therefore, submit this report for consideration by this House. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member, but in future, you are supposed to be my homeboy. Yet you give me positions I don't have. Okay. Honorable members, there are political parties who we understand wishes to make a declaration, and we'll start with the DA. DA?
Speaker, we're just having a problem connecting. Could you come back to the DA, please?
You can't be frozen so early. I mean, it's been so smooth. Okay, EFF.
Masibonge, Deputy Speaker. The report on the third and fourth quarter of financial year 2020-2021 on the performance of Parliament tells a story of an institution that is stagnant, refused to break with colonialism, and continues to drift far apart from South Africans as a place where we were supposed to witness democracy at play. The reality is that even when the world, forced by COVID-19 and rapid changes because of technological advancement, Parliament remains stagnant in unproductive practices. As the EFF, we believe that if Parliament remains here in Cape Town, not accessible to majority of South Africans in Limpopo, Mpumalanga, KwaZulu-Natal, Northwest, even people of Eastern Cape, there is no effective participation in lawmaking, holding the executive accountable. This is reflected by the skewed patterns of submissions, appointments of statutory positions, just like the one we witnessed just now, and participation in overall Parliament activities. While Parliament consultation do visit in provinces, these tend to be poorly planned, less constructive, and just shows how our people are not benefiting from their parliamentary processes. The EFF remain confident that we must break with colonial agreements and move Parliament to Pretoria. Since the unceremonious removal of Mr. Mgidlan for wasting Parliament money in June 2017, Parliament had not appointed a full-time secretary. It has not started with a process and is not finishing any of those processes. Unless Parliament continues to spend hundreds of millions on senseless renovations are stopped, and of the parliamentary villages with poorly built and maintained buildings, instead of using innovative and constructive, efficient ways to provide accommodation for members of Parliament, we must do away with this senseless expenditure because there are sound and practical proposals on the table. Lastly, as Parliament, we must engage in a thorough process to review the activities that have long passed. For example, these two reports are adopted today for a matter of fact. They are very old. We must rearrange parliamentary program to ensure that we move together with the executive and the judiciary. This is how we are going to make sure that budgets proposed by the executive through the finance minister and cabinet are processed in thorough manner and ensure that we do not just rubber stamp budgets the same way that goes for legislations. This is why we must build Parliament capacity to actively engage members of Parliament to draft private member bills, not as a side matter, but as a primary focus of Parliament legislation drafters. We must also guard against the capture of Parliament by staff members who have certain interests and don't want to progressively and transform the legislation because that will undermine the democracy. Parliament cannot operate without outsourcing its own services and continue to impoverish the black majority with senseless contractual agreements. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The DA, are you ready, Chief Whip?
It's me. Don't worry, it's me. Deputy Speaker, there seems to be confusion. It is Honourable Mazzoni, just with her natural hair colour, which I don't think anyone's seen for about 30 years. Deputy Speaker, the main aim of the Joint Standing Committee on the Financial Management of Parliament is to provide oversight on the financial management of Parliament. This committee thus holds Parliament and the executive authority accountable. Let me start off by congratulating Parliament for doing a very good job under very difficult circumstances. We went into virtual meetings and needed a lot of Parliament and a lot of staff. We have also lost many of our parliamentary staff, and may their souls rest in eternal peace. The manner in which our bereavement to families was dealt with also needs to be commended. Thank you for the hard work, Deputy Speaker. There is, however, much room for improvement, as we all know. Just like on previous occasions, we wish to emphasise the point that the programmes and outcomes of Parliament is skewed. In some programs, you have a single outcome. Setting up programs for the mere reason of complying is not doing justice for the people of this country. Let me remind South Africans that the vision of this Parliament is to be a Parliament of activists and responsive people's Parliament that improves the quality of life in South Africa and ensures an enduring quality in our society as a whole. The programs and outcomes will not and cannot fully improve the quality of life of South Africans. If you fail to plan, you are planning to fail. We should really be planning a lot more carefully. Let me rush to Programme 4 to illustrate this point further. Support services, and more especially the members of support. It is indicative that these targets are met, but members are still not happy. Deputy Speaker, if members are not able to do their work in a conducive environment, Parliament cannot work. Members are now living with snakes, rats, spiders, and other creepy crawlies in parliamentary villages, not all just on 4 legs. Break-ins in offices in Parliament precinct leaves especially our female colleagues living in fear. At Parliament, we are surrounded by police and are supposedly in a safe environment. I don't know that Public Works is responsible for the buildings of Parliament. That is, they should equally be responsible for the happiness of its members. But members now request new laptops to do their work, only to hear that these devices cannot be imported at this stage, that there is not enough. We need to, as they say in Afrikaans, maak 'n plan. Members need these tools to do their work efficiently. We still need to get legal and procedure advice to timeously report to portfolio committees and other committees that need the work. Part of the oversight includes questions to ministers, deputy president, and the president. Written questions are in most cases not answered in time and sometimes not answered at all. We have an example of the Honourable Alf Lees, who has had the same answer to the same question given 4 times, and it's just an automated answer even though the question has changed. With the political situation currently in South Africa, we need to make a plan that more members of Parliament will come back in 2023. We've had this situation since almost the beginning of the new Parliament. Direct charges took bulk of Parliament's finances because of this. Let us work on a formula to plan for gratuity payments well in advance to avoid what is reported in these two reports. Deputy Speaker, what we need is a special planning session to deal with programs and outcomes that we are setting for the 6th Parliament and those to come. We cannot be led by our staff when it comes to planning, as this is a political outcome. Once again, if you plan to fail, you are actually if you fail to plan, you are actually planning to fail. I thank you.
Thank you. IFP.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On delivering our views on the reports of the Joint Standing Committee on the Financial Management of Parliament, we must remind ourselves that at its core, Parliament must represent the people. At its core, it must ensure government by the people. We therefore must ask ourselves, is the institution fulfilling this duty? This question must be in our driving force. We must break it down to its essence. Is the public involved in our daily functions? Are we truly the voice of the people? The reports of the Joint Committee clearly shows the underperformance of Parliament in facilitating public participation and the lack of public awareness of Parliament's core functions. Although the pandemic and the adjusted budget had a great impact on the workings of Parliament, we cannot allow this to be an obstacle to public participation, public awareness, and execution of Parliament's constitutional duties. The fact that the performance target of Parliament remained the same and were not adjusted is a great oversight, and we cannot simply blame the pandemic for failing to facilitate public participation. As the reports rightly state, much more agency had to be given to the finding solutions. Parliament overall performance achievement of 77% in the 4th quarter of 2020-2021 is the Joint Standing Committee's report indicates, as the Joint Standing Committee report indicates, had to be measured against the quality of the services delivered by Parliament. We cannot simply chase targets. The quality of our service is directly linked to the public perception of our work. According to the South African Reconciliation Barometer Survey of 2019 released by the Institution of Justice and Reconciliation in November 2020, surveys showed that there was a significant decline in public confidence in Parliament from 29.6% in 2006 to 14.6% in 2009. Although there may be many reasons for this decline in confidence, the IFP has said before that we can and we must fix the system from the inside to ensure greater accountability. We need urgently consider the quality of our performance target. We have pointed out before that one aspect that should be urgently addressed is the failure of minister to timelessly respond to written questions. Ample evidence showed the slow response of ministers to provide feedback and simply put their blatant disregard of the work of committees. To regain some public confidence, we need to introduce penalties for failure to respond to written questions, and we need to urgently invest in finding solutions to enhance greater public participation. In conclusion, the work of Parliament is not a tick box exercise. The public deserves our commitment and dedication. The IFP calls on Parliament to seriously address these failures in ensuring public participation and to fix the systems from the inside. The IFP accepts both reports. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member, but you have defied me. And please don't do that again. You have exceeded your time limit. It's not proper. FF plus.
My apologies, Deputy Speaker.
FF plus.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, no declaration from us. Thank you.
Okay. ACDP.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The ACDP supports these two reports and wants to thank the Executive Authority and staff members of Parliament for their very hard work under very, very difficult conditions of lockdown. And as other speakers have indicated, we've lost a number of staff members, we've lost a number of MPs, and let us continue to remember them and to pray for their families. Deputy Speaker, Parliament has as its vision to be an activist and responsive People's Parliament that improves the quality of life of South Africans and ensures enduring equality in our society. When one looks at that vision, whilst much has been achieved, so much more needs to be done. And as we evaluate Parliaments during the 6-month period, then one can clearly see that much still needs to be done when you see levels of discontent, when you see almost a sense of disengagement that occurred in the local government elections where many people did not vote due to a sense that their quality of life was not improving or due to service delivery failures. And so we need to look very carefully at ourselves as public representatives when one sees this happening in our broader society. Chairperson, the report also recommends that the remainder of the lockdown, Parliament should ensure, and that was at that stage for that 6-month period, that measures be put in place to mitigate the impact of the national lockdown on Parliament and in particular to the public participation objectives. Now, in addition to that, the ACDP believes that Parliament should play a much greater role in the continual decisions when it comes to lockdowns. Again, now we're hearing of possibilities of increased lockdowns when it comes to December, and at this stage, in terms of the Disaster Management Act, Parliament plays no role in the extensions of that, or in fact on the contents of the regulations that have a devastating impact on society, causing businesses to close and many, many jobs to be lost. And we as the ACDP support the private bills in this regard that will ensure Parliament plays a far greater role in this regard. Clearly, one of the most challenging issues relates to the budget, and we share the concerns expressed by the committee that the CFO and other very important positions have not been filled yet. And of course, the Treasury Advice Office that will enable Parliament to engage with Treasury to ensure that Parliament receives the budget. These institutions must be set in place to ensure that Parliament receives the budget. The fact that our budget was cut had a devastating impact on the efficiency of Parliament. The ACDP supports the reports. I thank you.
Thank you. UDM.
Diabulela, thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. The United Democratic Movement supports both reports, but indeed would like to echo the sentiments of the Speaker that spoke before us, that we cannot continue to have a National Command Council that is not accountable to anyone, not even to Parliament, when the decisions they make on a daily basis impact on the lives of our people on a daily basis. I also find it odd that when election time came, we could postpone the fourth wave, and now that elections have come and gone, now the fourth wave is coming up, right? The spreader events that took place around elections where politicians did not respect the regulations and they did so with impunity, did not serve as any spreader events. I think it's a figment of people's imaginations. We are not going to be used in that sense going forward. I must make that categorically clear, unless we are persuaded with evidence. The other issue is we must commend you greatly and say the virtual meetings, Parliament has been able to operate effectively virtually, but not to the optimum level that is required in order for us to ensure its effectiveness and to be able to hold the executive to account. I make this point mindful of the fact that over the past couple of years, there have been attempts to try and subvert checks and balances on the executive and to weaken the role and the authority of Parliament as an institution. In order for us to restore that faith and to make sure that Parliament is respected, firstly, the issue of public awareness is important, because I feel that to a large extent or considerable extent, there are certain sectors of society that still do not understand the role that we play as an arm of the state, and that they continue to think that we should continue to behave as if we're a stepchild in the three arms of government. Sakuphendula ke wena mhlekazi, ngoku ndiyakusummarize futhi. And okwesibini into ezendiphinde niyiqonde mandikuxelele ngesiXhosa ndikugcwalisele. asinaxesha lale ndebe lefele kuba sasithe iParliamente kufuneka kubekho ibudget. In fact, uSpeaker fanele akwazi ukwenza representations to the President back then kuba sisithi uMinister of Finance angeke aphinde akwazi uxela thina siphinde sim-accountisa upon issues. Le institution lena ihleli ngakwazi ubamba this government to account ne-executive kuba bafuna kanye sikwazi uba sihleli nje sirubber stamper yonke le ndebe lefele niyithetha apha ingahambi indawo. Sasikhumsha apha sisusumgidlana kuba wayesenza into engekho esityimali esenza unothanda nikhona ndinixelela nasechina uba wayesenza ntoni zange nenze nto nathi nisayibona kwimedia nothuka na-shocked as usual and surprised. Now a couple of years later umgidlana replacewa sisa-acta nangoku. If as the objective says achieve your city 88%, 70% but we can't measure the impact of those, the other last issue is what we must consider is the stretch and pull. Then chilo that kalpelelama sozungangambeli Deputy Speaker. Uyekile IFP kasingiyathetha.
Two wrongs don't make a right. Just get off the platform, please.
Thank you.
Please. ATM. Good.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Good has no declarations. Thank you.
Thank you. NFP.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. NFP has no declaration. Thank you.
Thank you. AIC. COPE. PAC.
No declaration, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Al Jama. ANC.
Enkosi Sekela Mlomo. Sibulise ku-Chief Whip of the Majority Party, Honorable Phemi Majotini Ndiyabulisa. Honorable members, fellow South Africans, ANC rise in support of both Parliament's performance third and the fourth quarter 2021 reports. The value of considering the quarterly performance report of Parliament is that it provides the National Assembly the opportunity to critically assess whether the mandate of the institution is being upheld, measured against the performance indicators applicable, veracity of data submitted, and whether the audit opinions warrant any interventions. It is unfortunate that we are only now considering this report over 12 months since this event, since subsequent discussions have elapsed, the content of the part of these reports. With regard to the third quarter report, the 8 targets referred to have been measured using mainly the quantitative methodology. We are, as the ANC, happy to say that the following our discussions and dissatisfaction registered in the committee, Joint Standing Committee methodology approach of measuring performance. There has been in 2021 been a shift to a qualitative methodology approach to measuring performance while not negating the need of quantitative measures. As the report of the third quarter indicates that the committee remains concerned about the key performance areas that are only being tracked annually, it is equally true that the vigilance of divisional heads should pick up shortcomings during the year. However, we should shift all of those to quarterly assessment. If there are any challenges, depending on what you are measuring, then it could be shifted. With regards to the budget reductions mentioned in the report, we need to indicate that the forthcoming meeting of the National Treasury and the Joint Standing Committee will allow the public representatives an opportunity to engage on consequences of fiscal consolidation and legislation arm of the state. This matter, however, points back to ourselves. It is we who have to have powers to amend the legislation that governs financial management of Parliament Act. And we have been woefully neglecting or negligent in not processing this years ago. We accept that as the ANC. We don't need anyone to tell us. Under the respective programs, critical to what is contained in the reports are our subsequent discussions on performance management and measurements. The fact that certain matters were not completed in 7 days, as the report indicates, may be relevant as one indicator, but the complexity of the work varies, and therefore indicators have to take this into account. We do agree, Honorable Deputy Speaker, that when no reasons were given for variance, this is unacceptable. Accountability within any divisions means that where a measure of performance cannot be met, the onus is on that division head to give adequate explanation and with evidence. With regards to Program 3, core business, which is the core business of this Parliament, far more detail needs to go into this section. Merely talking about targets being met is insufficient. Most member focus on the quality of what is being produced, and in future, the quarterly reports need to reflect satisfaction of members in this regard. Merely talking about overperformance is meaningless unless satisfaction of content produced can be measured with supported with evidence. While we note that transfers to political parties were processed timelessly, it is the applicable internal parliamentary regulatory framework that we have repeatedly stated requires a review. We will continue to pursue this as it is material to allocate against functions. As reflected in the third quarter report, Honorable Deputy Speaker, the underspending at that stage, it is a concern, and it remains a concern. But it is a constant shared that COVID has given that any discussion with the National Treasury on Parliament budget allocation will inevitably raise this as a factor in argument. Under fourth quarter report, our comments we have made on a qualitative indicators to measure performance remain, and we note the progress of 2021 in this regard. We must register our disappointment, however, Honorable Deputy Speaker and fellow South Africans, that under Program 3, core business, only 3 of the 6 indicators of performance were met using limited quarterly measure. In fact, it is easy to achieve targets when using a quantitative measure. We welcome the IPSOS survey being used, but would want to look more closely at what goes into the metrics that informs the results that are being produced. With regards to the program on support services, we all must be alarmed at the findings that only 24% of the population are aware of the business of Parliament. If we are to claim we are People's Tribune, the statistics do not support what we boldly say that we are People's Parliament. We still have some work to be done in that space, we as parliamentarians. Our comments on the third quarter report remain the same for the fourth quarter in respect of on transfers to political parties. The fact that 286 million was not spent by the end of the fourth quarter, the calendar year, while a concern point to COVID for the impact of this, which under circumstances is understandable. We are quite aware that I'm repeating this deliberately just to make a point and emphasis. As the committee, Honorable Deputy Speaker, report states, I quote, although the institution's overall performance stood at 77%, some targets remain very low and achieving them cannot be described as much as an achievement. The institution's instances to measure delivery against deadline instead of against the quality of the services provided contributed to the perception that performance targets were designed to measure that they were met, instead of to ensure that the institution improved the quality of its services it provides to Parliament and the institutions. ANC support both quarterly report as presented. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Date on time. I now recognize the Honorable, the Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I move that this House adopts the report. Thank you.
Honorable Majodina says the motion is that the report be adopted. Any objection? No objections. Agreed to.
Deputy Speaker,
yes, sir.
You mustn't look down. Note the objection of the EFF.
Okay, Voorman, thank you. Okay,
We're
take
making-
the word.
We're making.
No. Just take your seat. We will note the EFF's objection. The reports are agreed to. The Secretary will read the sixth order.
Consideration of Portfolio Committee on Communication on revised annual performance plan and strategic plans of department and entities.
Let's call Honorable B.M. Manedi to introduce the report.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, honorable members, honorable ministers and deputy ministers, committee support staff, fellow South Africans. In introducing this report for consideration by this august House, I am reminded that GBV and femicide is another societal social ill that is yet to be defeated. May the 2021 16 days of activism against this scourge be marked by our collective action to end it where we live, work, and enjoy ourselves. Honorable members, the Minister of Finance delivered the Special Adjusted Budget Report in June 2020, which focused on the government response strategy to COVID-19 pandemic. The COVID-19 pandemic forced many countries into lockdowns and slowed down public and private sector economic activities. Evident from the economic indicators and the Special Adjusted Budget Report at the time that COVID-19 has had a significant impact on public service delivered by government. However, despite the coronavirus pandemic, Parliament is expected to continue with its oversight function to ensure effective budget spending and safeguarding service delivery. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the Special Adjusted Budget Report is therefore based on briefings received by the committee from the department and its entities, including ICASA, Centec, FPB, USASA, USAF, NEMISA, SITA, DOTZETNA, and the SABC. The department and the above entities made presentations to the committee on 18 November 2020 and 24 November 2020, respectively. This was following a circular issued by DPME allowing departments to review their 2020-2021 annual performance plans in light of COVID-19 pandemic and related budget adjustments. The department, as is the case with other departments, accordingly revisited its 2020-2021 annual performance plans. The revision of its 2020-2021 annual performance plans is largely based on the following criteria. One being the 111 million budget cut incurred by the department and the impact of COVID-19 on delivery modes to achieve certain targets in line with the new way of working. The committee, amongst others, observed that the department had to take into consideration that its key staff members were reassigned to COVID-19 related priorities in Q1, which resulted in a backlog of certain Q1 targets, thereby creating a knock-on effect on the other quarters. That the impacted outcomes for the 2020-2021 APP included one, the increased access to secure digital infrastructure, enabling digital transformation policies and strategies, transformed digital society, high-performing portfolio to enable achievements of mandates. The department budget was significantly cut, which will have a knock-off effect in terms of achieving its target. Also noted with concern that the commercial revenue of SABC has been heavily impacted and that the unfunded mandates impacts negatively on the bottom line of SABC. That the reallocation of the 84.7 million to ICASA is indicative of the ANC-led government's resolve to have high-demand spectrum released to stimulate the digital economy. That the implementation of the broadcast digital migration, which is BDM, is key in releasing additional spectrum, and more importantly, in giving access to more free-to-air channels that indigent households have not enjoyed during years of apartheid. The recommendations are as stated on the report, and a number of them have been implemented given the time lapse since the adoption of this report. All service delivery areas, Deputy Speaker, are a balance between meeting the needs of the people and the availability of scarce resources in our times. The late President O.R. Tambo's words remain relevant in understanding this reality from a point of changes in political landscape in different spheres of government. And I quote, Comrades, you might think that it is very difficult to wage a liberation struggle. Wait until you are in power. I might be dead by then. At that stage, you will realize it is actually more difficult to keep the power than to wage the liberation war. People will be expecting a lot of services from you. You will have to satisfy various demands of the masses of our people. In the process, be prepared to learn from other people's revolutions. Learn from the enemy also. The enemy is not necessarily doing everything wrongly. You may take his right tactics and use them to your advantage. But at the same time, avoid repeating the enemy's mistakes. I thank you, Honorable Speaker. This
Thank you very
presented in favor. Thank
you. Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, in the House, I move that this report be adopted. Thank you.
Oh, now I see what I should have said.
Thank you.
That's good. Uzoyiphinda later. Thank you very much. Hayi sokulawula. Wena ukhuluma apho sokulawula. Ulawuleke na into enhle. Honorable members, political parties wishing to make a declaration, it's their time. The DA.
Ngiyabonga, Sekela Somlomo. As we well know, the special adjusted budget delivered by the Minister of Finance in June 2020 to resolve the government's response strategy to the COVID-19 pandemic led to the revision of the APPs and strategic plans of this department and its entities. Both the pandemic and the budget adjustments had two key effects, whose larger significance I will return to later. Firstly, they resulted in a 111 million rand budget cut for DCDT. And secondly, they put front and center the unambiguous value and importance of telecommunications, ICT, and digital technologies, as well as our increasing reliance on them. The observations of the Portfolio Committee in this report cover a range of issues, ongoing issues concerning the departments and these entities, from capacity issues due to declining revenue forecasts, from capacity issues owing to chronic vacancies and financial sustainability concerns due to declining revenue forecasts, to the urgent imperative to address adverse Auditor General findings and to finalize long-standing processes like spectrum auction and broadcast digital migration. What is clear from our recommendations is that the remedial actions required all boil down to three fundamentals that need fixing. Number one, capacity constraints must be resolved by filling vacancies. Two, more innovation is needed in order to ensure sustainable funding models and revenue generation and to reduce reliance on the national fiscus. And thirdly, organizational processes concerning human resource management and procurement must be complied with fully at all times. It remains an indictment on the executive and accounting officers that the shortcomings and failings repeatedly highlighted by the Auditor General and committee reports year after year are of the most basic nature and should be the kind of things we take for granted as being implemented by default. It is not rocket science or an impossible task to attain clean audit outcomes. After all, DA governments do so annually. In the distant past, this non-compliance could perhaps have been somewhat easily shrugged off and its material and adverse effects absorbed in the context of budget surpluses and repeated bailouts. But the runaway train of public sector mismanagement and maladministration has run out of railway track. Well, the bit that's there that hasn't been stolen by middle thieves. There is no more wiggle room to squirm out of facing the consequences of unsound policy and shoddy management. Die poppe het nou begin om te dans. Thus, the 111 million rand budget cuts occasioned by the special adjusted budget was simply a small harbinger of what is to be a permanent feature of governance and public sector management for the foreseeable future. shrinking budgets caused by declining tax revenue in a context of low economic growth. This is the reality we must face head-on and prepare for earlier rather than later. Similarly, the society-wide digitization and mainstreaming of ICTs simply accelerated a process already underway. When we found that we had no other option and push came to shove, we realized that a broader shift to video conferencing, remote working, and other such modalities had only been held back by inertia, and that indeed many a meeting could in fact have been just an email. But Deputy Speaker, the most interesting thing about this context is that it was the private sector and business who came to the rescue in practical terms, from forefronting video conferencing platforms that enabled virtual meetings to delivery services that enabled us to remain home as we reduced social contact. That is an experience we must learn from and harness by leveraging the value add of smart public-private partnerships in this portfolio, from SAPO and the SABC to BBI and the MDDA. The Minister well knows how that is a drum the DA bangs often and continually concerning the building of those partnerships. And we will continue banging that drum, even if I end up sounding like the first 15 minutes of the theme tune for the famous local production of Shaka Zulu. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. EFF.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'll be making the declaration on behalf of Honorable Pambo. Deputy Speaker, am I audible?
Yes, you are. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, the EFF rejects this report. We are in the middle of a global pandemic, and despite the department having allocated some of their staff to focus on COVID communications, the department has failed spectacularly to communicate with the South African public on the government position on COVID and vaccinations. If we had a properly functioning department, we would not have had the so-called digital vibe scandal in which ANC leaders looted public money meant for communications during a global pandemic. The entities of this department are also monuments of incompetence. NEMISA has repeatedly been warned for their lack of proper records management by the Auditor General and their poor management of finances. CETA has been fraught with leadership problems for a while, and even though a new CEO has been appointed, the audit results still show an entity that is on its way to its knees, with no thought leadership able to lift it up from the ruins. The SABC is still a loss-making entity and have forecasted that they will lose over 1 billion in the past quarter. It is criminal that to this day, the SABC still blames Claudio for the mess that the broadcaster is in. The SABC is a mess because of poor management and because it has immersed itself in the politics of the country and no longer reports news in a fair and transparent manner. We therefore reject this report. Thank you very much.
Thank you. IFP.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The performance in most government departments in the 2020-2021 financial year reflects some of the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic on the economy. Despite this, we cannot use the pandemic as a facade. Sorry, Honorable Speaker. Yes, we cannot use this pandemic as a facade for historical poor performance of SOEs. Our task today is to reflect on the performance of the entities under consideration by looking at both current and past performance. Honorable Deputy Speaker, our position as the IFP remains firm. We are against the unnecessary bailing out of SOEs with a history of underperforming. We urge that bailing out these SOEs is crowding out other key government expenditures. We have highlighted in the past how the transformation of state assets, such as USASA, into state-owned enterprises was meant to promote effective and efficient service delivery in our country. The IFP is of the view that the poor performance of USASA defeats these broad objectives. The IFP also, in the past, called for the restoration of finances at SABC. We echo similar sentiments with regards to all SOEs we are deliberating on today. We have expressed our disapproval of the 3.2 billion bailout awarded to SABC in 2019-2020. SABC has incurred losses in the hundreds of millions over the years. Surprisingly, SABC continues to incur losses through irregular expenditure, which is 2020 amounted to 134 million, and in 2019, 202 million. We are concerned about this wasteful and irregular expenditure. We concern also in the South African Post Office, which has joined a growing list of financially insolvent SOEs due to its loss-making and failure to honor its debt payment on time. We support the recommendation from the committee, especially on the need for improved performance and reduction of irregular expenditure for SAPC. In light of the mediocre performance of USASA, we raise concern regarding the ability of this entity to perform. We also support the call for SAPC to improve on its annual performance target and internal control measures in all procurement processes. The IFP has lost confidence in the ability of SAPO to make a turnaround given its continued losses at both the operation and financial level. The IFP welcomes the recommendation by the committee and the IFP supports the report.
Thank you. FF Plus.
Deputy Speaker, no declaration from us. Thank you.
Thank you. ACDP.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. No declaration from us. Thank you.
Okay. UDM.
Deputy Speaker, no declaration from the UDM.
Thank you. ATM. Good.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. No declaration. Good.
Thank you. NFP. AIC. Cope.
This department on the floor. Deputy Speaker.
I'm listening.
Yes, I'm on the floor. I'm hearing now we are calling AIC. Can you hear me?
Are you AIC? Explain. Are you
NFP? No. NFP is not AIC.
Oh, NFP. Oh,
yes.
Okay. Go ahead and that you were slow.
Okay. This department has some of the most important and biggest entities on its arm, and these entities play a vital role in serving the larger population of this country. Let us start with the South African Post Office. The National Freedom Party blames SAPO for its failure to submit financial statements for audit for 2020-2021 financial year. But what did we expect? Because the red flags have been there all along. Deputy Speaker, the Post Office needs 1.8 billion in the current year and 8 billion in the medium term. The question is, for how long do taxpayers have to continue funding institutions that are crippling and incapable of even submitting its financial statements? It is definitely an indictment on the people running these institutions unless there is something else that we are not being told by the department. More so, we need to know from the Department of Communication whether any action has been taken against those who are responsible for running this institution and managing its finances, and most importantly, complying to laws and regulation. Is the issue stemming from those responsible, or the institution has failed beyond reproach? How do we encourage this institution for modernization when basic matters such as good governance, consequence management, compliance to accounting standards, and the PFMA, to name a few, were not in place in the institution? The department has not made any indication of the lack of consequence management when employees were implicated in financial misconduct, particularly how this matter is going to be dealt with. According to the 2019-2020 annual report, the Post Office incurred irregular expenditure of around 200 million, as well as fruitless and wasteful expenditure to the value of 26.5 million. In that report, the Auditor General highlighted that this expenditure came about because of failure by management and the board to implement proper and adequate controls over the entity's supply chain management system. People do so as they please. Money is misappropriated and mismanaged. Internal controls are not adhered to and were violated, and as a result, the institution faces liquidity issues, and they know that they will just come to Parliament to ask for money or to be paid out using the guise of job loss as a motivation for their request. We are pleased that the 8 billion application in the medium term was not successful. South African Broadcasting Company, the SABC, has devised that coming up with a levy which would apply to all households and businesses is the answer for its financial woes. The NFP is inclined to support the efforts of the SABC in its attempts to turn the entity around. However, the levy would also be based on whether South Africans can access the content, not just whether they watch it. South Africans will therefore be required to pay the levy even if they don't watch SABC content. Simply being able to access it on any device is enough. Now the issue with
Honourable Member, time is over. You have exceeded. Yeah, thank you very much. Please try and make up. PAC?
No declaration.
Okay. Al Jamaa, ANC.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, fellow South Africans, the COVID-19 pandemic has destabilized economies globally. Governments have had to reprioritize and find practical ways to save lives and preserve livelihoods. Moreover, this pandemic has placed great impetus to the work of the department, and it has demonstrated to us the value of modern communications and digital technologies. This has meant that government indeed has to strengthen its resolve to ensure that telecommunication infrastructure reaches all corners of our society, particularly in rural areas. Minister Kumbuzo Ntshavheni has recently been in Mthatha and in Nkeleng to mobilize communities to register for set-top boxes, which they need in order to migrate television sets from analog to digital broadcasting. This switch off analog to digital broadcasting will free up spectrum and will increase the connectivity of the country so that millions of South Africans, including those in rural areas, have access to internet. The release of spectrum is one of the key reforms necessary to ignite economic growth and recovery. African National Congress commends ICASA and parties that were involved in litigation process on the high demand spectrum for agreeing to settle the matter out of court. The auctioning of high spectrum can no longer be delayed. We also welcome ICASA's program to subsequently expedite the long delayed process. ICASA is still dedicated to its March 22 deadline for the licensing of IMT spectrum. And this 5G spectrum will be released soon, has a wide range of uses in key economic sectors such as mining, agriculture, manufacturing, and tourism. As the ANC, we commend the measures being taken by SABC to request permission to grant amnesty to millions of South Africans who owe TV license fees. This move will seek to ensure that SABC is a sustainable and profitable organization. If approved by National Treasury, the amnesty on TV license will improve the public broadcaster's financial position. Today, the committee tables the report on the revised annual performance plan and strategic plans of the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies and its entities. The revision of 2021 APP was largely based on the following. Honorable members, as I have mentioned earlier, the special budget cuts, which were COVID-19 related, amounted to 111 million, and adjusted budget cuts were 48 million. These cuts impacted on the operations of the department, particularly on the following areas: increase access to secure digital infrastructure, enable digital transformation policies and strategies, transform digital society and high-performing portfolio to enable achievements of mandate. In spite of the cuts that were deep, the committee welcomed the additional budget allocation of 84.7 million, to ICASA for the licensing of spectrum. The impact of COVID-19 on CETA strategic direction was also a positive indicator in that it elevated its role to digital transformation and prioritized the acceleration of digital programs. ANC welcomes the recommendation of the Portfolio Committee that include the following: the call on the department to monitor the implementation plans and targets across the portfolio. The department and its entities should ensure that where the targets have not been met, that processes are put in place to ensure targets are met. The department must ensure that all necessary measures are taken to address corruption within the entities. And department should ensure consequence management is prioritized for all wrongdoings. The department should also ensure that all capacity issues within the entities are resolved. And lastly, ensure that processes are in place to address issues of supply chain management that have been raised by the AG. We implore all the department and the entities reporting under this mandate to implement the recommendations of the Portfolio Committee. The ANC commends the Ministry for the new approach and strategies that they are working on with the department in order to ensure that they effectively and efficiently respond to their mandate for the benefit of all South Africans in an inclusive and progressive manner. As President Ramaphosa has said, we are determined not merely to return our economy to where it was before the coronavirus, but to forge a new economy in a new global reality. The ANC support this report. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Members, as the Chief Whip of the Majority Party said earlier, the motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? No objections. Agreed to. The Secretary will read the seventh order.
Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Basic Education on fourth quarterly report on performance of Department of Basic Education in meeting its strategic objectives for 2020-21.
Honourable Mbingo Kigaba will introduce the report.
No, thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. The Committee on Basic Education is putting this report for consideration by the House, which is focusing on the fourth quarterly report 2020-2021 performance of the Department of Basic Education. Deputy Speaker, the department has achieved 90% of its target, which in our view has done very well compared to the last financial year, which they only achieved 61%. The department had taken the Portfolio Committee through the performance indicators for each of the 5 programs and noted the corrective measures for targets that were not achieved. Further, the section of the financial report explained the expenditure variances and the measures taken to mitigate this. In the case of program performance, the Portfolio Committee noted commendably improvement in all the programs of the department, which are 5 programs. Deputy Speaker, as South Africans, we are concerned about the nature of accountability, consequence management, and the government spending given the state of our economy. Therefore, the Portfolio Committee adheres to its constitutional obligation to ensure that the department delivers on its mandate, as well as the expressions made during the budget Vote 16, Section 5 on financial performance. Indeed, in terms of monitoring government spending, the duty of the committee is to play oversight on the finances of the executive and to ensure that the allocated financial resources to deliver on the mandate of quality education is achieved. And as the Portfolio Committee, we are of the perspective that they expressed, according to the Department of Basic Education report, presented finances were used effectively despite the challenges of operating during difficult times. However, one of the major concerns we raised as a committee is the department's underspending on finances allocated to children with severe and profound intellectual disabilities, as these learners are special and they need to be treated with priority and care. For the period under review, the total adjusted appropriation budget for the department for 2020-2021 amounted to 23.4 billion, as compared to 24.4 billion of 2019-2020. The department has spent 22.9 billion, which is 97.8% of available budget, and the under expenditure amounted to 503.9 million. The unspent funds are mainly for payment for capital assets in Program 4, as well as the compensation of employees across the programs. The underspending is offset by overspending of 622.6 million under transfers and subsidies and 72.9 million under goods and services in Program 4. Now, in terms of environments, it is noted that National Treasury approved the shifting of 628 million from the school infrastructure backlogs grant, where slow spending was expected in the construction space due to lockdown restrictions. For the Education Infrastructure Grant to assist in the Eastern Cape, Free State, KwaZulu-Natal, Northern Cape provinces, whose infrastructure budgets were under pressure due to the unexpected spending on COVID-19 related measures. The underexpenditure on infrastructure, as the Portfolio Committee in our oversight role, we noted that the underspending on school infrastructure backlogs grant, as DB alluded, that it is mainly due to delays in verifying the completion of project, after which payment can be authorized and processed. The department is fully aware of its difficulties on infrastructure, in particular from the side of implementing agents, resulting in payments not being processed by year end and the underspending of the grant. To that end, the Portfolio Committee emphasized that the department must ensure that this verification process takes place through the year and not only in the final few months of the financial year. Deputy Speaker, as we are concluding, we are saying that the department has been able to deliver on its fourth quarterly report targets and has ability to manage the financial resources allocated to better the education of our children. As we mark the month of November, for programs of 16th days of activism of no violence against women and children, we are emphasizing that the Department of Education must look into addressing incidents of violence and bullying in schools, pay attention to the framework of gender-based violence, and put measures to mitigate the teenage pregnancy, which has been most prevalent during the COVID-19 period. These programs should include both young women and young girls to empower them, to change their mindset of violence towards positive gender. Finally, we want to thank the House for the opportunity that is given to us to present this report, and we are recommending that the report must be adopted. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable members, this is time for declarations. The DA.
Sekela somlomo malunga bekekileyo fellow South Africans molweni. As the DA would like to start by sending our sincere condolences to Latita Nago, another learner lost to bullying from Bisho High, anga umphefumulo wakhe angaphumla ngoxolo. We will surely be following up with all those cited responsible for her suicide, including teachers cited. The past 2 years have asked for extraordinary discipline and sacrifice from learners who had to adapt to constant disruptions to school, to the school curriculum, often for long periods of time. As a consequence, we have seen an ever-increasing dropout rate. As the DA would like to commend teachers, learners, and all stakeholders in the education sector who have gone above and beyond in embracing the restrictive COVID-19 pandemic and have found innovative solutions to complete this academic year despite its shortcomings, which are explicitly reflected in this report. The Basic Education Portfolio Committee has an immense responsibility of ensuring that the department targets set out to be achieved have tangible impact on the sector as a whole. In the fourth quarter, the department achieved 9 of its targets out of 10, which is commendable. However, through rigorous interrogation of the reports, the DA has the following concerns in the report. Firstly, the underspending of over 1.1 billion of the school infrastructure grant through their CD and SAFE programs, which is quite disappointing, while there are still 486 schools built of mud and asbestos that need to be eradicated. Additionally, there are over 2,000 pit toilets in schools, and the majority of these schools still have poor infrastructure as we speak. The sad reality is this: the department spent 36 million to build a 20 million rand school of this dismal failure because of implementing agents who never complete the projects on time, sometimes do very substandard work. For example, the toilets built in Oarmaboja School in Limpopo were unusable. Vezimfundo School in Mpumalanga has been built on a wetland, or even Iti Taban in Yugi in my constituency, which was budgeted for but never built. An even worse example is the 16 million that was paid out to a company without rendering any services. Luckily, the monies were subsequently recovered. But what is concerning is, however, that there has been zero consequence management or even blacklisting of companies who do this at the expense of taxpayers' money. This is despite the fact that the country desperately needs improvement of infrastructure in schools. Secondly, the underspending of 17 million in the Learners with Proficient Disability grant is a major concern, affecting over 800 learners. Having visited Masanagane Special School in Mpumalanga, I saw how they turned classrooms into hostels and many other rural special schools in KZN and Eastern Cape, which are in dire need for devices and extreme support, even more so now during COVID. Furthermore, it is concerning that the country is experiencing high dropout rates, especially from grade 10, over 300,000 as we speak to date. The COVID pandemic has only exacerbated the dropout rate, as many learners did not return to school after the various lockdowns. This only adds to the 8 million youth not enrolled in schools, employment, and training, and add to the youth unemployment rate that is sitting at 76%. This was reflective of the 6 million applications received for the education assistance, even though there are only 200,000 posts. Lastly, there's a need to prioritize the development of a homeschool and virtual school policy. COVID has highlighted the need for such flexibility, and entities like UCT are setting the example. So therefore, as the DA, we recommend the following in this report. There is a need to prioritize the backlog and ensure adequate spending of infrastructure so that additional schools can be built, as well as maintain dilapidated schools. The verification process of infrastructure should be continuous and not be left until the last minute at the end of the financial year. The Department of Basic Education must blacklist companies who do not complete projects timelessly and those who are building schools at inflated prices. The Department of Basic Education must approach Treasury to better manage these projects. We're not here to build tenderpreneurs, but rather quality schools that learners can use to succeed in life. Therefore, there's a need to ensure that we increase our interventions in implementing learner retention strategies so that we address the high dropout rate in this country. Otherwise, we're just producing another generation that will be dependent on grants and be unemployed. The department should start thinking about starting a pilot project aimed at analyzing the viability of virtual schools so that we can alleviate the challenges of physical schooling. Having read this report, the DA then notes the report. I thank you.
Thank you. EFF.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Out of 23,471 public schools, 20,071 have no laboratories. Furthermore, 18,019 have no libraries, while 16,897 have no internet. Almost 1,000 schools have no sports facilities, while 4,358 have only illegal playing pit lotteries for sanitation. 1,027 have no perimeter fencing, essential for teacher and pupil safety, while 239 have no electricity, and 37 have no sanitation facilities at all. 1,000 more learners in the Eastern Cape and in Limpopo still attend mud schools. Today, we are in the middle of a global pandemic, and we have all seen how Black learners in the main have had their learning compromised because the Department of Basic Education still has but all ignored the plight of township and village schools. While all this is happening, this report shows that there are still thousands of vacancies that the department has yet to fill. These are teachers and administrators who would have been assisting in the learning of the Black children in townships and villages. The department has done nothing to deal with the plight of children with special needs, autism, ADHD, etc., and still has done very little to equip teachers to deal with modern challenges faced by the learners. So the department has failed Black children, and therefore the FF has to reject this report.
Thank you. IFP.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. As a country with one of the highest unemployment rates in the world, currently at 34%, one of our key focus areas should be on strengthening the foundation of our children's future by ensuring access to quality basic education. This priority cannot be compromised at any cost We cannot allow the devastating impact of the pandemic to further widen the equality gap in access to basic education. The price we will pay as a country is already too high. We therefore must be more active, more demanding, and less tolerant to excuses from the Department of Basic Education on the fulfillment of its mandate. In the Portfolio Committee's report on the Department of Basic Education's performance, we yet again to see the department's failure to comply with its constitutional duty to ensure safe sanitation facilities at schools. The department set out to provide 600 schools with sanitation facilities through the Accelerated School Infrastructure Delivery Initiative, but was only able to reach 263 schools. This failure is alarming and cannot be condoned simply because of the pandemic. Safe and dignified sanitation facilities are part and parcel of the state's constitutional obligation to ensure access to basic education. This gross failure by the state to ensure safe sanitation facilities has been a long-standing legal issue, forcing the courts to intervene on many occasions to ensure learning environments are safe and include dignified sanitation facilities. The IFP therefore strongly agrees with the committee's recommendations that the department must ensure accurate and regular monitoring of infrastructure projects. The IFP will actively monitor progress in this regard. Quality education is intricately linked to the learning environment and the ratio of learners to teachers. The number of teachers' vacancies that exist is simply outstanding, especially in provinces that can ill afford this burden. According to media reports of September 2021, a total of 232,348 schools in the Eastern Cape had vacant teaching position, and 1,203 schools needed grade 1 teachers. This deliberate failure of this department is robbing our children of their future. We cannot continue to tolerate excuses or allow the buck to stop with provincial education department. We must demand accountability. The IFP will closely monitor the department's progress on the committee's recommendation and will continue to fight for the right of quality education supported by safe school environments. The IFP accepts the report. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. FF Plus. ACD.
Verdediging van 'n departement se kwartaalverslag gee die geleentheid om die departement aan die hand van doelwitte wat self gestel is te beoordeel. Those aims were therefore sought by the department to be reasonable and achievable. Nogtans moet dit nie 'n geleentheid vir haarklowery wees nie, maar liewer om in die breë te kyk of die departement sy werk doen. One of the important parts of this report is the incorporation of early childhood development into basic education from social development where it currently resides. This is a positive and well-considered transition, and we look forward to the conclusion of the process. I want to risk splitting at least one hair. It is mentioned that out of 1,000 school governing bodies sampled, 906 or 96% were found to be effective. The question is where exactly the typo is. It might seem frivolous, but the difference of 5.4 percentage points is indeed significant. More worrisome is the number of objectives of the Accelerated Schools Infrastructure Delivery Initiative, which had not been reached. This initiative was launched in the first place because provinces did not perform as necessary. If the rescuers do not perform either, we have a problem. COVID might be a reason, but maybe not a good one. Supply of water and sanitation was a top priority exactly because of COVID. And still only 263 of a targeted 600 schools had proper sanitation delivered. Daar is heel wat oor ongevulde poste gepraat. Die begroting kon nie ten volle bestee word nie, omdat alle poste nie gevul is. Sekere doelwitte kon nie bereik word nie, omdat die belangrike poste nie gevul is. Kubaanse kenners moes ingevoer en aangestel word, omdat toepaslike kenners nie in Suid-Afrika beskikbaar is. Die direkteur-generaal, meneer Mtanzima Mweli, verklaar dat personeeltekorte in die departement van basiese onderwys ontstaan, omdat ander departemente sy personeel afrokkel. Die woord wat hy gebruik is poach. En nogtans, hou die regering vol dat die pool van beskikbare Suid-Afrikaners vir sleutelposte kunsmatig verklein moet word, deur sommige daarvan uit te sluit. Elke departement se werknemers, veral op topvlak, moet die bevolking van Suid-Afrika weerspieël. Die departement sal liewer doelwitte wat hy vir homself stel mis en Kubaanse kenners invoer as om die quota van wit werknemers te oorskry. As 'n voertuig se waarskuwingsliggies brand, maar die bestuurder skenk geen aandag nie, is permanente skade die bestuurder se fout, nie die voertuig se. Ek is bevrees, die liggies brand al lank, ook in hierdie verslag, maar die bestuurder, die ANC-regering, voel 'n veer. Therefore, the FF Plus supports the warning lights accentuated by this report, but not the driver who thinks everything is fine. Ek dank u.
Baie dankie. ACDP.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I firstly would like to indicate my support for the report and for the recommendations of the committee. To these recommendations, I would like to add a personal concern. The quarterly report provides a snapshot of departmental activity over the quarter under review. A snapshot, however, has certain limitations, and these limitations are: one, critical factors that we are not monitoring. There is an old saying that says you can't improve what you don't measure. And secondly, linked to that is the idea that you become what you monitor as an organization or a department. Are we too focused on narrow operational goals, and is a particular department able to provide leadership at a strategic level that drives the changes needed to adapt to an ever-changing environment? Taking the second point first, Deputy Speaker, COVID is a critical inflection point in the development of the education sector. We must thank our learners, their families, and those educators and officials who did everything possible in this quarter to meet the challenge of trying to do normal in abnormal times. But we must challenge ourselves and the leadership of the department to not try and go back to the old normal, but move past this inflection point to embrace a new way with new strategic imperatives. COVID has already created major challenges that will make achieving our educational goals difficult, if not impossible. We see a fall in the matric pass rate. We hear alarming reports about curriculum coverage and projections that is going to take many years without any further disruptions to close learning gaps. This is to say nothing of the long-term impact on health, family structure, and economic well-being that are slowly becoming evident. Thus, this is the environment in which the department is operating. We need to examine how we move into this new reality with a new openness. This requires the DBE and government working more widely with and becoming a facilitator rather than a frustrator of our independent sector. Then using those experiences to become a leader in innovation in the public sector. This outcomes needs to be reflected in the DBE's APPs. And to return to this, I want to illustrate. This report does not mention school dropout rates. Why does a child drop out of school? The reasons are multifaceted and interlinked. Deputy Speaker, we need to monitor school dropout rates very closely and report on it on a quarterly basis. We need to identify the drivers of school dropout and monitor how we are addressing these. Thus, the department needs to change the way it does things. Thank you, Chairperson. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The UDM.
No declaration, Chair.
Thank you. The ATM. Good.
Thank you, Chair. No declarations for good.
NFP.
Thank you, House Chair. The NFP wish to state categorically that the Department of Basic Education has utterly failed students and teachers in its response to the COVID-19 pandemic. And despite obvious and significant flaws in its curriculum planning, it has failed to revise this to meet a changing scenario. For the Department of Basic Education to issue a call for an end-year exam to be scrapped shortly before exams begin, and for it to change a weighing of the school-based assessment and controlled assessment so late in the year reflects so poorly on the department. The issue we are struggling with is not necessarily the change, but when the change was proposed to be made, whether schools use exams or control tests doesn't really matter. Both can be used to access learning, but the exams have been the focal endpoint that schools have been working towards, and the whole year's teaching and learning could have looked very different if this plan was cemented and communicated earlier in the year. So whether or not the department has done well in meeting its strategic objectives, we need to assess whether its success translates to the realities that teachers and learners experience at schools week in, week out. Even the plan for the recovery of the curriculum for 2021, the entire curriculum recovery plan was based on the assumption that there will be no more pandemic disruptions after 2020. The department also assumed that schools will be able to handle the disruptions without losing any learning time. The NFP would like to know whether the department has done an analysis on the disruptions of pandemic, particularly how it has affected learners. These would be important in introducing measures to circumvent the repercussions of the pandemic on our learners and teachers. After studying the circulars that were issued by the department as well as the plan for its recovery curriculum, not only is the department not managing to combat the deterioration of our education system with any realistic and practical strategies, but it seems to insist on engaging with a business as usual approach in other areas. The NFP shared the frustration of Ms. Marike Bale, who is a history teacher, now currently taking a break from full-time teaching. We need to also assess the extent to which the department has created a conducive teaching environment in the face of this atrocious pandemic. This is the future of our children and of this country. If there is one department that needs to get things right, it is this one. House Chair, we also call on the department to conduct an assessment on how the rotational schedule for learners has impacted on learners outside school, because teachers do not only deal with kids in schools, but also deal with the realities learners face outside the school domain that eventually make their way into the school domain. This assessment will be vitally important for the department to devise a plan for the next academic year that will address the challenges that school system face in these 2 academic years. We make this call with a heavy heart to have studied reports about the shocking stats of learners that have fallen pregnant during this pandemic. The report showed that there were 33,000 teen mothers in 2020, 606 of them younger than 10 years of age.
Honourable Member, your time has expired.
Thank you. Apology, Chairperson.
Thank you. The AIC, Cope. The PAC, Al-Jama, the ANC.
Honorable House Chair, let me extend my greetings to the leadership of the oldest liberation movement on the continent, present here and not present here. Let me also greet all the members of various political formations represented in this august House. In the name of Charlotte Matleke, a struggle icon in her own right, a trailblazer and a struggle for women emancipation. The ANC wishes to extend its condolences to the family of Lati Tanako, who is yet another victim of bullying in the basic education sector. May her soul rest in peace. In a couple of days, we will all be part of various activities launching the observation of the annual 16 days of activism against women and children abuse specifically, and broadly the struggle against gender-based violence and femicide. We must win the war against gender-based violence and femicide in all its manifestations. Allow me, Honorable House Chairperson, to start off by stating that the ANC continues to place education is an apex priority in government. Also, allow me to say that the ANC supports this report. We also note and appreciate the progress made by the department since the last quarterly report. The department having achieved 90% of its targets is commendable. We have noted the progress on issues which were highlighted and the implementation of the recommendations thereof. As the ANC, we commend the necessary intervention of the Department of Basic Education to mitigate the pandemic and implement COVID-19 protocols, in particular in rural provinces with less resources to respond to the pandemic. The assistance in Limpopo and Eastern Cape with water services and temporary infrastructure to observe social distance and the use of water must be commended by the National Assembly. However, it must be highlighted that implementing agents should be held to account against stringent standards of delivery in order to protect public funds and to get value for money. We want to urge the department to accelerate the delivery of much needed infrastructure, especially in rural areas where the vestiges of the past are still glaring. But we must acknowledge the urgency of the department to address the inequalities in the basic education schooling system, which were established more than 4 decades ago, and such progress must be welcomed. We appreciate the efforts of the department in taking the necessary steps to support the provincial education departments to monitor progress on underperforming schools by all means necessary, through mechanisms intended to improve performance in those schools. This speaks to the rationalization of basic education to produce equal and qualitative education that will respond to the transformation agenda. We, however, note the slow progress by the provincial education departments on addressing gender parity in districts, in particular the appointment of directors, and we hereby recommend to the National Department to develop strategies to support the provincial education departments to advance the progression of women in all spheres of the basic education sector. We would also like to encourage the department to provide meaningful career advancement opportunities to the youth. Furthermore, though it is not the responsibility of the National Department to fill in vacancies of teachers, the National Department must develop a desktop system which will support provincial education departments to fill vacancies of teachers as soon as possible in order to avoid disadvantaging learners from receiving qualitative basic education. The department has done well in this quarter under review and would like to commend them for increasing their performance from an abysmal 61% to the 90% we see today. As the African National Congress, we support this report.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I now recognize the Honourable Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Thank you very much, House Chair. House Chair, I move that this report be adopted. Thank you.
The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections?
Please note the objection of the EFF.
Objection is noted. Are there any further objections? Since there's no further objections, the report is agreed to. The Secretary will read the 8th order.
Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Public Enterprises on oversight visit to Alex Call.
I now recognize the Honourable Ngaka, who will introduce the report from the Chamber.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to everybody. I here wish to table the report of the oversight visit of the Portfolio Committee on Public Enterprise to Alexco from the 13th to the 14th April 2021. The purpose of the oversight visit was to familiarize the committee with operations of the mine and material conditions of the people who are meant to be served by Alexco. Secondly, to assess progress that has been made in terms of the implementation of the deed of settlement and the establishment of recognized structures in the Rexveld community. Alexco is one of the entities that were affected seriously by the state capture. The community of Rexveld is characterized by consistent infighting, a condition necessitated by lack of recognized community structures. Our appeal is that the Minister of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development to ensure the speedy establishment of community structures in order for the community to benefit from their land. It is not acceptable for that community to continue to suffer from poverty and underdevelopment while their dividends are continuing to be inaccessible. While we have to continue to play our role as the members of this legislative arm of the state, we would love the department concerned to also do its work by fast-tracking the process for the sake of this poor community. I therefore table this report for adoption by this House. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I will now recognize political parties wishing to make a declaration, the opportunity to do so. The DA.
House Chair, the purpose of the oversight visit was to familiarize the committee with the operations of the mine and the material conditions of the people who are meant to be served by Alexco, and to assess progress that has been made in terms of the implementation of the deeds of settlement and the establishment of recognized structures in the Richtersveld community. The committee resolved that the Minister of Public Enterprises should ensure the sustainability of Alexco in terms of operations, financials, governance, and assert its future role in the mining industry. A fat chance given the history. If ever there was a business that should be a cash cow for any government, diamond mining it is. Not that the government has any business to be directly involved in mining, and as a predictable result, much of the cash generated went directly into back pockets. The ongoing weakness and current record low rand value should mean record high prices for Alexco's diamonds, which come from a vast resource of 90 to 95% gem quality diamonds. In fact, it is so precious that the entire area is off limits to the public, and yet the ANC government manages to bankrupt the entity. Alexco joins the long list of almost every single other SOE going bankrupt. And the question must be asked of the Minister, what are your plans to fix, sell or empower the downtrodden community and stem the continuing losses? The Alexco RMC joint venture was initially seen as a victory for the region, and as it pooled the community's rights to mine the depleted land with Alexco's marine mining rights, where there are still significant diamond reserves. But skeleton staff, below par accounting systems, not enough in the kitty to cover rehabilitation costs, and unresolved problems with the community continue to dog operations. The burning issue is diamond theft and the refusal by Alexco to reinstate the high-frequent random polygraph testing to root out the theft syndicate still operating in the plant with impunity. Following on close behind this is the unlawful PFMA circumvention by the joint venture, the PSJV, with the blessing of Alexco and the DPE. This enables a culture of secrecy, gross laziness, crony networking, theft, bribery, gross dishonesty, incompetence, and contempt for state resources. Alexco can't fund its mandate due to a lack of returns from the PSJV investment. As of the 30th of March 2020, the company had an accumulated loss of over 300 million rands, and its total company assets exceeded liabilities by almost 100 million rands. The group and the company have a long history of significant losses, and there are material uncertainties that cast significant doubt on the group's ability to continue as a going concern. The oversight visit was long overdue. The committee last visited Alex Gore in 2010, and as the testimony at the Zondo Commission shows, the theft in the interim has been legion. What is this government going to do about this? Despite repeated requests for help from community leaders, MPs on the oversight didn't visit a single village during the first oversight visit to the areas in a decade. Instead, we were given a tour of the bankrupt mine, which is beset with allegations of theft, corruption, and mismanagement. Despite promises, there were no interactions or visits to the communities where we could have seen the conditions under which people are living. This is yet another state-sponsored experiment that has failed, and it has failed at the expense of the people living there. The tragedy is that children in the Richtersveld, supposedly heirs to one of the world's richest diamond deposits, are literally eating river sand due to hunger as a once glittering land reform flagship turns to dust. And in the wake of the visit, when the media pressed for answers, the Public Enterprises Department referred operational queries to Alex Gore and the CEO. Lemogang Petse said he could not respond due to pressures of work. There are only three options: sell it, close it down, or put it into business rescue. And it's clear that the government has failed here, as it has every single SOE. Noting the usual blandness of the report, there's little we can do but to object to. So we note it, and it would be nice if some well-deserved hindquarters were kicked firmly. I thank you.
The EFF.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chairperson, Alasco is a state-owned company focused on mining diamonds in the Northern Cape in particular. Like all other SOEs, it is a struggling company, and it is beset by management problems and interference of the Minister of Public Enterprise in their operations. I think it would be lazy of this House to simply react to instances of mismanagement of these SOEs as they get reported. We must go deeper and ask about the causes of the so-called collapse of the SOEs. What is the cause and who enables it for what and for what purposes? Who stands to benefit when an entity like Alexco fails? In this oversight visit, it was clear that the collapse of the entities like Alexco is engineered from somewhere. That we have leaders at these entities who want to make them work, but who are constrained by devilish interference by politicians such as Jamnandas. Alexco was forced to work the pooling and sharing joint venture between the Richveld Mining Company and Alexco, which was established in 2011. To date, all mining operations previously performed by Alexco SOC Limited are now performed by a joint operations. The PSJV is technically insolvent, as it has not been generating sufficient cash flow due to the poor performance of its diamond outputs. All this was engineered, and in the process, key leaders of government and the ruling party are benefiting immensely from what is supposed to benefit Alexco and the community around that. We need a targeted intervention at Alexco, one that will restructure the company as a model of the state ownership of public resources. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The IFP.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson. The living conditions of people in mining towns has always been challenging. The encirclement of mining towns by informal settlements in almost all areas in South Africa is proof of this reality. The Alexco case is not an exception. The oversight visit by this committee to familiarize itself with the operations of the mine and the material conditions of the people who live there was due to the persistent calls for help from the people in that area and due to the problems that kept surfacing in the media and through other channels. Looking at the report from the oversight visit, one accepts that the problem is much bigger than the mining company. There are many other issues contributing to the plight of the people living in Alexco. These include corruption, which has totally destroyed the Alexco mine, as the report tells us. This is tragic, Honourable Chairperson, given how much destruction, corruption has caused in this country. This year, it was reported that over the past 5 years, South Africa lost more than 1.5 trillion to corruption. The country continues to bleed due to corruption. The lack of accountability and transparency concerning the plans and finances of Alexco needs to be looked at from both a criminal perspective and also from a community interest perspective, if we are really serious about fighting the crime of corruption. While the appointment of the current CEO has helped to promote engagement and transparency, as the report tells us, more needs to be done to ensure greater accountability. The results of the corruption and lack of accountability are evident from the high unemployment rate among the youth in that community. This problem cuts across South Africa, where more than 50% of youth are unemployed. In Alexco, the report of the committee revealed that unemployment has not only frustrated young people, but it has also forced them into poverty and pushed them into drugs and alcohol. The fact that these issues made it into the oversight report indicate that they are prevalent and concerning for the community. Increasing poverty in mining areas and abuse of alcohol and drugs is not what we want for our communities, and certainly not in an area like Alexco. To address these issues, we must ensure that the recommendations of the committee are followed through. Specifically, there is a need to ensure that the 45 million rand in funds held in trust for the community are adequately and properly used to create youth development and programs and to finance the acquisition of skills and further education. The IFP accepts the report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The FF Plus.
No declaration, Chair.
ACDP not. UDM. ATM. Good.
No declarations, Chairperson.
NFP. The AIC. COPE. PAC, Al-Jama, the ANC. The ANC. The ANC. Virtual, okay. The Honourable Gomere. Seems to me the Honourable Member is not connected, Chief Whip.
Hello. Hello, Chair. Chair?
Hello, how are you?
I'm fine, Chair. How are you?
Good, you can now make your intervention. You can make your intervention.
Thank you, House Chair. Honorable members of the House, members of the media, and South African citizens at large. It gives me a great pleasure to inform the House that African National Congress supports the adoption of the report of the Portfolio Committee on Public Enterprises on oversight visit to Alexco Richtersveld Mining Company, pooling, sharing, joint venture. There seems to be consensus among the members of the ANC within the Portfolio Committee on the Public Enterprises that Alexco is the good thing and it should be allowed to thrive. We are particularly impressed by Alexco substantial improvements on the past few years. For instance, Alexco generated an impressive revenue of 334 million in the 29-20 financial year, irrespective of the challenges like diamond theft, unconducive weather conditions, and poor dilapidated infrastructure, which bedeviled the joint venture. However, Alexco, like all other state-owned enterprises, was badly affected by the state capture, which corrupted the core mission of serving the public to serve the interest of the few people. Moreover, the current COVID conditions had a severe negative effect on diamond production of the joint venture. As a result, the impressive revenue registered in 2019-20 financial year not have a substantial effect on the joint venture. Be that as it may, if Alexco takes a more benign turn, the financial constrained joint venture will doubtless be an enterprise that plays a crucial role in the functioning of the economy in the Richards Bay community and beyond. Alexco has already implemented strategies to present itself as a self-standing and able enterprise. Consider the example, for instance, Mr. Lebohang Pitso, a chief executive officer of the joint venture, has introduced a good reputation of accountability and transparency. The CEO certainly makes strenuous effort to present the joint venture as a competent enterprise that can be engaged without encountering any disrespect of the rule of law. In short, Alexco is able to vouchsafe the interest of the state in the diamond mining sector with expertise. Aside from this, Alexco is currently restructuring its business model to ensure its financial sustainability. Such effort should not be taken for granted. Going further, the Northern Cape province presented a comprehensive economic plan, which involves, among other things, the creation of Namakwa Special Economic Zone and the Bohubai Harbour. Namakwa seeks to develop road networks that enable the province to have access to domestic, regional, and international markets. Meanwhile, Bohubai intends to reduce the cost of moving cargo within the provincial interland. These projects will reduce Alexco's cost of business in two complementary ways. Firstly, Namakwa will contribute towards the process of attracting the mining industry, thereby enabling the joint venture to accurate revenue, and thus contributing to the socio-economic empowerment of the surrounding communities. Secondly, the Bohubai will unlock greater export logistics capacity for diamonds in the province. This in turn will allow the joint venture to take advantage of the economic of scales. Therefore, it sounds unreasonable to kill a proverbial goose with a golden egg that shows full potential to capacity spare national, provincial, and regional socio-economic development. We are saying all these cognizance of the challenges that face Alexco. One pertinent challenge pertaining to Alexco has been the issue of membership in the Richtersveld communal property and the establishment of the structures of the Richtersveld community, which has caused delays in the beneficiaries receiving their dividends. However, there are measures in place to resolve these challenges, to ensure that the joint venture exists to harness and further the interest of all key stakeholders. Among the successful measures in place to resolve those challenges was the consultation where consensus was reached that transfer of land in the line with the deed of settlement must follow the CPA constitution. The impact of this success will be evident as soon as Alexco starts with the process of rehabilitating land operatives and explore new marine mine methods. Perhaps important to the tabled report, the exploration of new marine mine method is likely to create a job opportunity in the Richtersveld community. Moreover, exploration.
Time expired. Your time has expired, Honourable Member. Thank you.
Supports the report.
Thank you. I now recognize the Honourable Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, House Chair. House Chair, I move that this House support the report. Thank you.
Motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections?
No.
Honourable Judith Chabalala, please do not disrupt the proceedings. Since there are no objections, the report is agreed to. The Secretary will read the 9th order.
Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Employment and Labour on joint oversight visit of Standing Committee on Public Accounts to Unemployment Insurance Fund headquarters.
I now recognize the Honourable Dunjwa.
Good afternoon, House Chair, honourable members in the House and in the virtual platform, ministers, deputy ministers, nani bantu bomzantsi Africa, nabasebenzi ngokuphelele. The Portfolio Committee of Employment and Labour took a joint oversight venture with SCOPA to the Unemployment Insurance Headquarters in Pretoria on the 30th of October. The purpose of this is to highlight the issues raised by the various units at the UIF headquarters. The objective of the visit, the main objectives of the visit were to visit to the UIF were to assess the level and effectiveness of internal controls, assess the effectiveness of the internal audit, assess supply chain management policy, assess the scope of SIU before the proclamation is concluded. The background, the objectives above were informed by among other things, the following facts. The SCOPA was following up on some irregularities within the UIF report to them in June 2020, the Auditor General report on the Portfolio Committee in September 2020, same serious financial misconduct and fraudulent investigations against the UIF. Some senior management officials of the UIF, which at the time were on suspension following the investigation, the lack of consequence management and inadequate management of contracts and systems that led to wrongful payment of COVID-19 tax to illegal and unauthorized beneficiaries. Our observations were as follows. Sorry, Honourable House Chair. Our focus were on online claims registration and declarations. Finances, for example, most of the claims processed here are escalated from various labor centers in different provinces, call centers which were supervised by only 8 people, and agencies were 29, which were inducted with calls and emails on daily basis. At the time, the current backlog was 440,000 plus emails that have to be processed by these 8 supervisors and 39 agents. The ICT, which was managed by a consulting company, which was, at that time, it was the 3rd year, it was in its 3rd year and was appointed to manage risk. The claim was that the register is updated on weekly basis, and the employers of this company did not advise management about the shortcomings of the system. Our observations, therefore, as the committee, was that the UIF had distributed 24 billion in tax over 330 employers and benefiting several employers in unprecedented manner. They had been challenged and delays, particularly in the beginning, where development of policies and directions and reputation of UIF for its new mandate. The UIF back requested a deviation from normal procurement processes in order to appoint the service provider. All the service providers were appointed on a deviation. The lack of verification of application representing employers, among others. And we therefore recommend, and our recommendation to the House is that the UIF Audit Committee oversee controls weaknesses and take correction action concerning internal controls. The skills audit is conducted to determine whether the current staff had the necessary skills required by UIF. The head of human resources and senior management fill vacant posts as a matter of agency. Management establish documents and implements a fraud prevention plan. The Department of Employment and Labor appears to the Portfolio Committee to present a strategy on how to turn around the current situation, and that the report of the SIU on cases of fraud and against UIF is provided to the committee as soon as it is finalized. And up to date, we are still awaiting for that report from SIU, which we hope that by next year we'll get the full report. We are here tabling the report, House Chair, for consideration by this House. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. There's a request for declaration. The Democratic Alliance.
Speaker, good evening. Good evening, Speaker and honourable members and all South Africans. On the 30th of October 2020, as Portfolio Committee of the Department of Labour and Employment, and jointly with the Standing Committee on Public Accounts with the SCOPA, we took an oversight visit to the Employment Insurance Fund, headquarters in Pretoria. There are serious allegations of poor management of UIF funds and the lack of accountability by this entity. Despite the fact that this government does not have the strategy to find the current 42% unemployment rate and eradicating the sea of poverty our people are drowning in, this careless government, which is very unsympathetic, continues to condemn the deserving beneficiaries of UIF people and condemn them to perpetual lifestyle of misery. Speaker, when we took the walkabout in different units of the UIF offices, we were astonished by the revelations that the majority of the claims have been escalated from various provinces around the country. There is a backlog of claims that could not be successfully processed. The ITC company that has been appointed for the last 3 years failed to do its diligent responsibility. The filings and the records office was never made secured, and the confidential files and tenders were exposed. Speaker, the SCOPA was informed of serious allegations within the UIF. The Office of the Auditor General also had informed the committee in September 2020 of serious financial misconduct and fraudulent investigation against UIF. Very prominent senior management officials of UIF are currently under suspension. Lack of consequence management and poor management of contracts resulted in undeserving, unauthorized, and illegal people becoming the beneficiaries of COVID-19 Temporary Employees Relief Scheme, which is called TESS. Some of these illegal beneficiaries were the members of South African National Defence Force, were prisoners, the deceased people. It was just a free-for-all at the expense of the beneficiaries of this fund. Where was the Minister of the Department of Labor and Employment when brazen, arrogant, and maladministration of funds were exploited? It must be made clear that the entire entourage of the ministry was well represented, and high delegation of senior officials were present when this poor state of affairs was shared with the committees. Speaker, the buck stops with the Honorable Minister Tholas Nxesi. Can the minister here assure these victims of the greedy UIF officials that they will get their UIF? If yes, when, Minister, would the beneficiary get their benefits? As the Democratic Alliance, we say this report does not go far enough. There is a complete breakdown in good governance at the UIF. It is hopelessly inefficient, and the beneficiaries wait forever to get money that they are rightfully deserving. We have never been informed of the outcome of the disciplinary hearings against the UIF officials implicated in the fraud and corruption to do that have something to do with the TESS scheme. The whole matter is shrouded in secrecy. The minister dodges accountability, his responsibility, and as I speak, the UIF most recent audit, it's still outstanding. The Minister of Employment needs to wake up and get serious about the disaster that is happening at the UIF and relieve those people who deserve and wait for their benefits. Thank you.
The EFF.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Chairperson, we went on an oversight visit to the Unemployment Insurance Fund following various reports and mismanagement at the institution. We must say, as the EFF, that the visit was prompt and the timing was perfect. The Parliament Standing Committee on Public Accounts had previously raised concerns about the UIF, so did the Auditor General and many members of the public who struggled to access the unemployment benefits. These problems were made worse by the way COVID terrorist benefits were distributed, which allowed corruption between employers and the UIF prosper, leaving thousands of workers without income for extended periods of time. While all this is known, there has been no consequence management. None of the officials who were involved in the corruption have been arrested or even fired. None of the companies have been prosecuted, and none of the workers who have had their benefits taken away had been reimbursed. During the oversight visit, we noted that the UIF distributed over 24 billion rand in tax benefits, but could not verify that all this money went to where it was meant to go, that is, to the workers. We need to urgently ensure that the UIF appoints the audit committee it promised to appoint in order to account for every single cent of workers' money and ensure that those who need to account do account. Chairperson, the time frame for internal disciplinary processes and the implementation of the SIU recommendations cannot be open-ended. The Minister and his DG must ensure that the process is fast-tracked and concluded. Sikhathi sifikile sihlalo kuthi le department ibonakale njenge department lemela abasebenzi, akungabi department lemela basebenzi bayo nebacashi. Basebenzi bayahlupheka, abakhoni ukuthola imali tabo ngoba amagama abo nema particulars abo asetshenziswa abacashi kuthi bathole i-TERS. The EFF welcomes the report. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The IFP.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Chairperson, today as we reflect on this oversight report to the UIF headquarters in Pretoria, we want to appreciate the efforts by both the Portfolio Committee on Employment and Labour and SCOPA, who conducted a joint visit on 30th October 2020. It is our hope that these efforts will not be in vain and will result in meaningful change in the issues under discussion today. It is very unfortunate that today's discussion once again will be centered on corruption and fraudulent activities involving civil servants and the UIF COVID-19 TERS scheme. Our interest today lies in the administration of the COVID-19 TERS payments. The COVID TERS is a measure designed to provide relief to employers and employees in South Africa, created under the disaster management regulations. Whilst this facility had managed to make payments above 60 billion rand, cushioning more than 5 million employees who lost their jobs during the pandemic, the achievements of this relief payment scheme are overshadowed by the irregularities that have emerged since the payments were initiated. The pandemic has once again shown how greed and selfish interests can take predominance in our government issues or in our government ministries. We are disappointed by officials who manipulated the system to divert billions of rand meant to benefit the unemployed through the scheme. The billions that were stolen through this facility are a clear demonstration of the rot in our government. Even though by March 2021, close to 2 billion rand had been recovered, it is our hope that all the money that was stolen during the COVID-19 TERS is recovered. We also trust that those responsible will face the full might of the law and be in orange overalls soon. We also wish to express disappointment on the absence of adequate verification systems in the disbursement of funds through these payments. The IFP supports the recommendations in this report, especially on the need for a system that minimizes fraud. We support the implementation of consequence management, and it is our fervent hope that these recommendations will be fully implemented and monitored by this committee. We support the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The FF Plus.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. House Chair, Parliament recently received a report from the SIU that more than 6,000 government employees benefited from the UIF TERS fund to the tune of 351 million rand. This number was initially reported as 41 million rand. During the oversight visit of the Committee of Employment and Labour and SCOPA, the UIF admitted that some SANDF members benefited from the UIF TERS Fund because of a database that was not updated to verify ID numbers. The fund also admitted that a lack of accountability and incapacity amongst staff led to ICT system challenges at the entity. The ICT system, it seems, was or is more of a drawback than a tool when it comes to the processing and payment of UIF claims, be it TERS or normal benefit claims. Another drawback was identified during the oversight visit as the lack of consequence management, which is a continuous drawback in nearly every government department and entity. Once again, lack of consequence management and inadequate management of contracts and systems led to wrongful payments of COVID-19 TERS funds to illegal and unauthorized beneficiaries. Last week, we received a report from the AGSA about the Department of Labour and some of its entities' audit outcomes, and lo and behold, consequence management, or the lack thereof, was once again identified as a shortcoming in this department. And speaking of government departments, we would really like to know what the consequences within their different departments are for the 6,000 government employees who benefited from defrauding workers in dire need of TERS funds from that 351 million rand that was paid to them. Many other shortcomings were identified, such as a lack of proper supply chain management, ICT system problems, as I've mentioned, internal control deficiencies, critical post vacancies, low staff morale, and an undercapacitated call center, where 39 agents had to handle calls for the entire country, and only 8 agents had to work off a backlog of 440,000 emails. Chairperson, what is most worrying about all these observations is that the UIF appointed a consulting company 3 years prior to this oversight visit that was tasked with risk management. Should all these shortcomings and clear as day risk factors and problems not have been identified and addressed during those 3 initial years? How is it possible that millions of rands were still lost to fraud and corruption while someone is literally appointed to identify and prevent exactly that? Where are the consequences for these failures, and when will this be addressed once and for all? House Chair, I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The UDM, ATM, good.
Chairperson, no declarations.
Thank you. AIC, go. NFP, do you have a declaration? Please proceed.
House Chair, the National Freedom Party welcomes the report of the joint oversight visit by SCOPA and the Portfolio Committee on Labour and Employment to the headquarters of the UIF. The following issues were identified by members during the oversight visit. 1, in the call center, there were 8 supervisors and 39 agents who are inundated with calls and emails on a daily basis, either registering complaints, requesting TERS payouts, or normal UIF claims. 2, at the time, there was a backlog of about 440 plus emails that have to be processed by 8 of the 39 agents. The entity's ICT unit is situated on the 5th floor and is responsible for systems development, networking, and business support. This is where the wrongful payments were authorized, and there are flaws on the entire system. All the same, a consulting company, Vendia, is in its 3rd year and was appointed to manage risk. They claim that a risk register is updated on a weekly basis. The employees of Vendia did not advise management about the shortcomings of the system. And 4thly, the filling room is situated on the 11th floor and is full of boxes piling up the walls. A safe where tender documents were said to be kept was openly accessible inside the filing room with the keys carelessly hanging on the key slot. 5th, communication lines between senior and junior staff are very strained, and in general, officials are scared to take decisions for fear of victimization, since there are a lot of suspension going on. The SCM staff complain about deviation and interpretation of National Treasurer's policies. The AG findings suggested that no proper SCM processes were followed to appoint at least 5 companies for awareness campaigns, and that appointments were made based on motivation for sole service providers. House Chair, We reiterate these issues as outlined in the report to amplify them in the platform and call on the Minister to expedite any process that his department may have undertaken to address these matters. We call upon the Minister to not only acknowledge the shenanigans that are happening in that establishment, but to propose a legitimate action plan with timelines of how and when his department is going to do something about this. The shenanigans happening in that buildings are felt largely by our people. Lest we not forget that these funds are desperately needed by our people for their livelihoods. And it is deeply and extremely concerning that in an institution that is responsible for the disbursement of funds to people who have lost their jobs was inundated with so many shortcomings. The Commissioner also acknowledged that payments to SANDF members who was as a result of database not updated to verify ID numbers. How is the database not updated? We fail to understand how the very tool that is used to finalize and process payments to beneficiaries was not updated. Yini kanti kumele abantu bayenze ukuze banakekelwe ngendlela eyiyo nguhulumeni wasemzansi? Abantu bethu sebehlupheke kakhulu, House Chair. And all we ever hear from these agencies and government institutions officials are excuses or everything that is wrong. Akukho kuhle sikuzwayo. Meanwhile,
time is now expired. Al-Jama.
The party concurs with the recommendation outlined by the committee.
The ANC.
Thank you very much, House Chair, and good afternoon to the honorable members. The Unemployment Insurance Fund is one of the key entities of the state, which of course is attached to the Department of Employment and Labor. The role that it plays cannot be overemphasized. It is an entity designed to be responsive to vulnerable members of our society, particularly workers. At the time of need for the workers, the UIF must respond. It is one of those institutions that ought to be guarded jealously by all of us. So that is why, as a portfolio committee of employment and labor, jointly with SCOPA, we felt it was important to pay them a visit, especially when we felt something wasn't right. In the recent past, the UIF has not done very well. If this country did not have not an entity like the UIF, of this entity, it has not accumulated fund that it had when handy, when workers were locked in the coronavirus lockdown. The report that we are tabling for consideration by this House does indicate that UIF had distributed 24 billion rand in COVID-19 TERS benefit, covering 330,000 employees. Of course, that amount is far more than that right now. Based on the report that was presented by the Auditor General to the Portfolio Committee, the Portfolio Committee, after engaging with the various units on the oversight visit in the UIF, we made the following recommendations. That the control measures are identified and developed with consideration of their cost and potential effectiveness in mitigating risk. Management develop and implement fraud prevention policies. Management maintain an effective risk management policy, which will continuously be evaluated and updated on financial reports. Reasonable steps should be taken to recover debts before they are being written off. The Department of Employment and Labor appears before the Portfolio Committee to present a strategy on to turn around the current situation at the UIF. An electronic filing system be installed to avoid piles of boxes in the filing room. The department report back to the Portfolio Committee on the process made with regard to the above-mentioned recommendations within 1 month after the report has been tabled in this August House. The ANC support the report.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I now recognize the Honourable Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, I move that the House accept this report or adopt the report.
Thank you, Chief Whip. The motion is that the joint report be adopted. Are there any objections? There's no objections. The report is thus agreed to. Order, honourable members. The Secretary will read the 10th order.
Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Environment, Forestry and Fisheries on oversight visit to KwaZulu-Natal Province from 3 to 5 February 2021.
I now recognize the Honourable Luzipo, who will introduce the report.
No.
House Chair, I'm afraid it's the incorrect order.
According to the guide that I have in front of me, the 10th order is the report of the Portfolio Committee of Mineral Resources and Energy on the oversight visit to the Western Cape Province. May I ask the Secretary just to read the order again? That's the 10th order.
Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Mineral Resources and Energy on oversight visit to the Western Cape Province.
Thank you. The Honourable Luzipo.
Thank you, House Chairperson. I umthwasema billionaire seven. Thank you very much, Honourable House Chair, Honourable Members. I submit this report of the Portfolio Committee on Mineral Resources and Energy for adoption and approval of this House. It is based on an oversight undertook on the 26th of February and the 27th, 2021 to the strategic fuel storage facilities in Saldanha Bay and Milnerton. It was as a result of a subsequent first visit to Mossel Bay, Petro SA, to look at the performance of the entity, which is Petro SA, as well as on the solar water heater program. Furthermore, the committee, having it, also undertook a visit at the Petro SA offices in Paro, where it received a briefing by the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy on the National Solar Water Heater Program. In this oversight program, the committee had planned also to visit Eskom's Koeberg Nuclear Power, but however, due to unforeseen circumstances, that leg had to be postponed and it remains outstanding. The key issues that emanated from the oversight visit were the following: that during the tour of the SFF storage facility in Saldanha Bay, it was stated that of the 6 crude oil storage tanks, 4 were leased to private traders, whilst the remaining 2, that is tank 5 and 6, store strategic fuel. Of concern, though, was that within with less than 2 kilometers from the SFF Saldanha terminal, a similar storage facility, which is privately owned, existed. And when the question was asked on the adjacent tanks, the answer that was given was that the tanks were almost similar to those of SFF, and because one of the former employees was working for the company. During the visit, the Central Energy Fund and its subsidiary, the SFF, reported on the sale of the strategic stock, which at that time was in court, and the court had ruled in favor of the SFF. The court had also made a further ruling that SFF had to pay the hedging fees. In terms of the total cost in rand, SFF had paid 4.7 billion on the sale of the strategic stock in 2015. The entity only received 4.2 billion. In the court case, SFF spent about 30 million. The appeal application cost an estimated 2.2 billion, and therefore SEF and SFF could, if they lose the appeal, the entity will further lose 2.2. The committee had made the following recommendations, in particular with regards with the solar water heater program, which had come at a cost of 300 million rands, and of that 300 million rands, only 10 solar water heaters were placed on rooftop as a trial. The committee therefore recommended that the Director General of DMRE must interact with COGTA and SALGA Chief Executive in order to ensure a fast tracking of the implementation of this program. That the SEF, they must present whether, including with the department, there are still people who are affected in terms of the two programs, the Petro SA drilling without fund, as well as the issue that related to the staff that is being implicated on the sale of the strategic stock. I place this report for adoption and approval by this House. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member. There will now be an opportunity for declarations. The Democratic Alliance.
House Chairperson, the Portfolio Committee on Mineral Resources and Energy conducted oversight at various departmental sites in the Western Cape at the end of February this year. And while this report faithfully notes the findings of the committee, it is of grave concern that the recommendations and requests of the committee arising from that oversight report have not been implemented, and the department has been remarkably unforthcoming in providing information about the issues raised. It is also a concern that committee members lack a basic understanding of business, intellectual property rights, and the law regarding national key points, or as they are now termed, critical infrastructure. In Saldanha Bay, members noted a facility, and Honourable Luzipo pointed this out, a short distance from the Strategic Fuel Fund tank farm that looked similar in appearance, but was owned and operated by a private company. This, they felt, in some way, impinged on the intellectual property rights of the SFF, as a former employee now worked there. No evidence was led in this regard, and the fact remains that oil storage tanks are a fairly simple design and are used world over. And yet, for some reason, committee members seem to believe that this design belongs to the SFF. With regard to the sale of the strategic fuel stocks on which the committee was briefed, it was noted, and Honourable Luzipo pointed it out, that it had already cost the country in excess of 4.7 billion rand, and that the court appeals were estimated to cost a further 2.2 billion rand. The committee requested that the SFF and Central Energy Fund provide the committee with a copy of the forensic report on the sale of the strategic fuel stock as a matter of urgency. To date, we have not received it. We are therefore unable to follow up on the consequences that should arise from this invalid, illegal and irregular sale. And the person who ultimately signed off on it still sits in these benches as the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Police. Is it any wonder that nobody's been arrested yet? At the Milnerton Tank Farm, another facility owned and operated by the SFF, it was revealed that the tanks were supposed to have been refurbished in 2014, but that a dispute had arisen over the cost of refurbishment. These tanks were in an appalling state of disrepair. It was further admitted that the SFF did not have the skills in-house to manage the refurbishment process. And although the refurbishment process was supposed to commence in March this year, there appears to have been very little progress in this regard, and there's very little prospect of it becoming operational in the short term. While at the tank farm, we were shown a storage facility for solar water heaters, which form part of the National Solar Water Heater Program. And members of this House will recall for several years now that there has been a major concern about very little tangible progress and costs running to hundreds of millions of rand, and this is rising annually. Despite promises from departmental officials in 2020 that there would be a significant movement in the installation of solar water heaters, the reality is that tens of thousands of units remain uninstalled, stored in an unsafe manner, which is leading to breakages and losses and incurring further costs. The department committed to, and the committee recommended in this report, that they would provide a monthly report on installation progress. Again, these have not been forthcoming, and the program remains stuck in the mud. The oversight concluded with a visit to the Petro SA head offices in Parow. Now, these offices are far larger than is required by the organization and are a long way from their primary operating facility in Mossel Bay. Despite this, there was talk of the SFF and CEF utilizing the space. We've not received any further information in this regard. It is apparent, however, that SOEs, and I don't limit this to the Department of Energy's SOEs, have invested in large and fancy offices at the expense of their core functions. Much needs to be done to sort out the property portfolio of the CEF, and much depends on the proposed amalgamation of the various CEF subsidiaries. We are waiting for updates in this regard. But this is indicative of the department's inability or unwillingness to keep the Portfolio Committee properly apprised of its efforts. The DA supports the report.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The EFF.
Thank you very much, Chair. The sale of the country's strategic fuel to foreign private entities has got to be one of the most heinous acts of corruption perpetrated by the ruling government in the energy sector. An arrogant display of dubious corrupt activities that the perpetrators knew very well would go unpunished. Notwithstanding the current Eskom and load shedding crisis, pending close behind is the failed solar water heater project, which had projected the installation of 1 million solar heaters by 2015. 6 years beyond the deadline, only roughly 400,000 units were accounted for, and there was no clear plan in place to ensure the project's completion. This project not only cost taxpayers millions of rands that could have been put in for better use, but also incurred significant storage fees and loss, a carrying water with a basket situation. Countless low-income beneficiaries have been left waiting indefinitely. There was still no indication that those who bungled both projects and were discovered to have used their positions of authority for corrupt activities would be held accountable using internal processes. Instead, they were left to carry on with their lives while the department fought legal battles that might cost taxpayers billions of rands and put some of our SOEs out of business. To date, there is no implementable internal anti-corruption and fraud prevention and detection policy, nor any intention to develop and maintain it. Almost everything is left to the courts to resolve. The disregard for the rule of law by the department, its officials, executive accounting officer, right down to the most junior employees, some of whom did not even bother to form part of the oversight and account to the portfolio committee, is primarily why we do not and will not see the desired progress the entire energy industry of this country needs. Why such corrupt activities continue. Other observations made by the committee included the sketchy details around the donation of land, which led to a legal dispute between the City of Cape Town, SFF, and developers, a former employee involved in the establishment of an exact replica of the storage facility just a stone throw away from the SFF in Saldanha Bay, and the department's failure to prosecute or blacklist service providers who failed to execute their duties and also failed to comply with the law. The report's contents captured the committee's observations and recommendations, which would have provided a way out of the mess the DMRE has created for itself and ultimately the country. However, the fact that a report compiled and published in March of this year is only being forwarded for recommendation 8 months later shows blatant disregard for some of the already long overdue and urgent issues raised in it, and the entire exercise of doing the oversight in the first place. We, however, support the report, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The IFP.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. I hesitated because Honourable Msimang was supposed to do this online, but it seems he has a problem. Oversight visits to state entities form a critical part of Parliament's oversight function and present us with a unique opportunity to experience the state of these entities firsthand. It also provides us as committee members with insight into the practical challenges experienced by these institutions. Reports by state institutions cannot provide such information, and it is therefore critical that we ensure that our oversight visits are properly recorded and that failures noted are followed up on. The Committee on Mineral Resources and Energy's visit to the Strategic Fuel Fund's facilities in Saldanha Bay and Milnerton in February 2021 afforded a good opportunity to view the maintenance of these storage facilities firsthand. The IFP, however, must note its displeasure that the committee was unable to visit the Koeberg nuclear power plant. On consideration of the committee's report, the IFP concurs with the committee's observations that the state of the SFF facility in Milnerton was unacceptable. The progress of the process of refurbishment of the tanks should carefully be monitored by the committee. This process has been incomplete for a considerable period of time, and the committee must enforce progress reports on the state of this facility specifically. The IFP also wishes to emphasize its concern with the slow progress by the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy on the installations of solar water geysers, as has been said by colleagues previously. In particular, as the report notes, during an earlier oversight visit in December 2020 to Petro South Africa, the committee was told that the department would install 1,800 solar water units in Mossel Bay by the end of January 2021. However, it appears that only 178 units were installed in Mossel Bay by the end of that period. This situation is alarming and demands urgent attention. And by the way, Honourable Chairperson, I also received a report that there were some 8,000 units to be installed somewhere, and there's only less than 500 that have been installed, and yet monies have been allocated. The IFP strongly agrees with the committee's recommendation that the Director General of the Department should urgently meet with the Director General of COCTA and the Chief Executive Officer of SALGA to intervene in the implementation of the National Solar Water Heater Program. In conclusion, the IFP remains committed to diligently monitoring the performance of state entities in these oversight visits. We believe, if adequately prepared and properly arranged, these oversight visits provide invaluable information into the real state of affairs concerning the maintenance of state facilities. The IFP supports the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The FF Plus.
The Portfolio Committee for Mineral Resources and Energy visited the Strategic Fuel Fund storage facilities in Saldanha Bay and Milnerton. In summary, it can be said that these facilities are underutilized and even dilapidated. An institution which still earned 64 million rands in 2013-14 only earned some 2 million rand in the most recent financial year. The fact that these facilities, together with those in Ogies and Mpumalanga, are large even in global terms, has everything to do with the history when trade in oil could at any stage be interrupted. It was therefore essential to store huge volumes of crude oil and to have domestic capacity to produce liquid fuel and byproducts from this strategic commodity. Today, the overwhelming portion of petrol, diesel, and aviation fuel is imported as finished products. Inevitably, that means that the country is less resilient against disruptions in global supply, but also that domestic jobs are lost and facilities stand empty. In fact, an investigation of oil storage facilities is incomplete without considering refining capacity. Due to lack of clear policy and the trust needed to make long-term investments, refineries in South Africa did not keep up with international developments. Currently, our facilities are deemed too small to be feasible and also do not meet international standards for clean fuel. Sasol is the exception. This means that the court may instruct the fund to repossess its facilities and re-equip it to store oil, but that will only make sense within a broader context, which differs from the present one. It seems as if the committee incidentally noticed a large number of solar heaters which are stored in the Saldanha Bay facility. 80,000 solar water heaters all over the country were planned 55,000 delivered, and 5,000 installed. The electricity which could have been saved can be estimated, but the gains in dignity and better hygiene is beyond estimation. This is a footnote to the report. What the report is actually about is the illegal and ill-advised selling of the National Strategic Oil Reserve and of the land on which related facilities are housed, both of which had to be reversed. What is not evident from the report is that the neglect might be a blessing in disguise. Investment in crude oil refineries might have locked us in a previous era. Electric transport may become the preferred mode of mobility, not because of climatic concern or even affordability, but just because it will be available. The FF Plus supports this report.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The UDM, ATM, good. The NFP.
No declaration, House Chair.
Thank you. The AIC, COPE, the PAC, Al-Jama, and the ANC.
Thank you very much, House Chair. The oversight visit occurred on the 26th and the 27th February 2021, and the report was adopted by the Portfolio Committee on the 17th of May. The oversight visit was necessitated by the challenges which were faced by the subsidiaries of the Central Energy Fund, namely the Strategic Fuel Fund and Petro SA. At the same time, the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy gave the committee a briefing on solar water heater program, which has also experienced challenges. The committee, as the chair has alluded, had planned to go to Quebec, but it could not be. The Portfolio Committee visited the Strategic Fuel Fund storage facilities in Saldanha Bay and Petro SA head office in Paro, and also received the briefing on the implementation of the solar water heater program. Now, we need to clarify some of the issues that when you are self-appointed as a speaker of white monopoly capital, you will say wrong and listen to yourself and think you are saying right. Now, you have a tank that looks exactly like that of Saldanha Bay. Now, a former employee is responsible to build that. And all of a sudden, there is a copyright that is lost. Now, only a fool can see that there is a problem there. The oversight visit to Saldanha storage facility was in twofold, namely to visit the facility and assess the operations of the facility and receive a briefing on the issue of the court proceedings regarding the sale of strategic stock. Now, you come here, climb up and down, you want somebody to be arrested when there are court proceedings and the internal disciplinary hearings are taking place. Only a fool again can expect that.
No, only a person with common decency and ethics.
Now, the storage terminal in Saldanha has the capacity of 45 million barrels and is the biggest facility in the Southern Hemisphere with respect to capacity, with 6 storage tanks. It is a subsidiary of the Central Energy Fund, which is registered as a not-for-profit organization, meaning it does not have to declare dividends. To generate income, the entity leases its facilities to third parties and traders. SFF is one of the best performing entities within the SEF group. It also has the second largest oil pollution control unit in the world. During the oversight visit, it was reported that 4 tanks were leased to traders, including Astron, to supply crude oil in the Milnerton refinery. And the others are storing strategic crude oil. And in relation with the unlawful sale of strategic stock, the court proceedings was to set aside the unlawful transactions and to give effect to the applicant's constitutional obligations and restore title of the strategic oil stock to SFF. The court judgment was in SFF's favor, and the title of the strategic stock is with SFF, with the entity needing to refund the trading companies for the payment, interest and hedging and other costs. CEF, which is SEF, and SFF filed a leave to appeal application to appeal to the Supreme Court of Appeal over the hedging costs. Why? Because the department saw that you can't say they must pay the hedging cost on an already declared illegal transaction. The Milnerton tank farm has 39 tanks, and there has been issues around the refurbishment of tanks at the tank farm. But the project is finally progressing. Another issue surrounding the facility was the dispute of SFF land with the Department of Land Affairs had donated to developers. The dispute was settled out of court. You must appreciate that. You must appreciate things that over time have made progress, Chair. Yes, there's so much explanation. On the 13th and 14th November 2020, the committee visited Petro SA GTL plant in Mossel Bay to understand the challenges which the company is facing given the problems associated with Project Equezi, which failed to supply the plant with sufficient gas. And Petro SA at that time had 14.5 billion write-down. Petro SA has also environmental liabilities worth 9.8 billion, but only has set aside 2.4 billion for the costs because they don't have money. The committee received briefings on the turnaround strategy of Petro SA, and the committee has made important observations and recommendations on the oversight visit. And the portfolio committee, as part of its work, will look at the observations and implement the findings and recommendations. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I now recognize the Honourable Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, I move that the House adopts this report. Thank you.
The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? No objections. Agreed to. The Secretary will read the 11th order.
Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Environment, Forestry and Fisheries on oversight visit to KwaZulu-Natal Province from 3 to 5 February 2021.
I now call upon the Honourable Mutambi to introduce the report. The Honourable Mutambi is on the virtual platform.
Thank you so much, House Chairperson, and greetings to you all, fellow colleagues. The Portfolio Committee on Environment, Forestry and Fisheries conducted an oversight visit to the province of KwaZulu-Natal on the 3rd to 5th February 2021. The purpose of the oversight was to visit Ismangaliso Wetland Park to determine the impact brought about by the human interference with St. Lucia estuary system. The inconsistent historical management of the estuary system resulted in the estuarine ecosystem imbalances and compromised stakeholder relations, which the entity had begun correcting. The second purpose of the oversight visit, House Chairperson, was related to the engine refinery. The visit was about determining the progress concerning the fire incident, which happened on the 4th of December 2020, and following up on the commitments made by the engine refinery during an urgent meeting which was convened by the committee after the incident. The committee also focused on stakeholder engagements, including the communities around Isimangaliso and engine refinery. This was done informed by the constitutional provisions, which is sections 56 and 24. The committee also received presentations from Isimangaliso and interacted with management and stakeholders that were present. The discussions and the estuary tour centered around the project aimed to improve the environment and ecological functioning of St. Lucia estuary. The practical and sustainable solution for improved ecological functioning was relinking the Umfolozi River with the St. Lucia system. The fishers appreciated the bridging of the river mouth as it enhanced the exchange between the estuary and the ocean, thus improving their fishing catches. The committee also appreciated the ongoing upgrades and construction project at the facility aimed at enhancing the visitors' experience. The fire incident at the engine refinery, honorable members, which thus refers to as an explosion incident, caused air and water pollution, health distress and damage to the property in Wentworth and surrounding communities. The fire was brought under control within 2 hours. However, the smoke and smell continued for hours later. The committee interacted with engine management and took a tour to the incident site, then interacted with community members and non-governmental organizations operating in Durban. The committee also noted engine's posture of shifting the blame for the incident to its contractor and was not concerned with the physical and psychological trauma suffered by the community before the incident. The interaction with the stakeholders, honorable member, revealed some unhealthy working relationship between the refinery and the surrounding communities. Communities felt like benefits were not flowing to them in the form of employment and business opportunities. It was concerning to note that the 66-year-old refinery had two similar fire incidents in 2005 and 2008, resulting in the short-term closure of the refinery. The committee made pertinent observations, interacted with stakeholders, deliberated, made recommendations, and adopted the oversight report, which I'm bringing to this House. It is from this basis that I present the oversight report for the House adoption. I thank you, House Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Member. There is a request for declarations from political parties. The Democratic Alliance.
House Chair, the portfolio visit to KZN appeared to be carefully planned and controlled. The nice to see in both St. Lucia and Durban were not as revealing as the later interactions with the communities. Isimangaliso and the World Heritage Site cannot be seen in isolation. The surrounding communities are an integral part of the estuary and the wetlands and Isimangaliso as a whole. In St. Lucia in particular, we saw the effect that years of scientific interventions, extended drought, and COVID have had on the town of St. Lucia and the rivers and the estuary. The mechanical opening of the mouth had a welcome, if short-lived, positive effect on the communities. The Democratic Alliance welcomes the appointment of the high-level panel by the Minister. The communities surrounding Isimangaliso have all been negatively affected by the estuary, which is no longer functioning naturally. The silted rivers with dense reed growth have caused the backflooding of farmlands, both commercial and small scale. Together with an extended drought, COVID, and an increase in fishing, this led to an unstable society, economic hardships, and even murders. The Democratic Alliance looks forward to a speedy and sustainable solution to the problems posed by the non-working estuary. The communities surrounding Isimangaliso deserve a solution that is not only an environmental one, but also a socio-economic one. We cannot stand by and wait for a once in 20 or once in 50-year flood and hope that it will solve the problem. People are jobless now.
Farms are flooded now. The river is blocked by silt and reeds now. The communities surrounding Isimangaliso have asked me to report that they need a solution now. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Members, may I remind you in the interest of the safety of all present in the House that you keep on your masks. The Honourable Paulson, the EFF.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, the committee's oversight started at Isimangaliso Wetland Park, a World Heritage Site. We also visited Lake St. Lucia, a Ramsar site located within the Isimangaliso wetland. Ramsar is a convention on wetlands which took place in Ramsar, Iran in 1971 and referred to as the Ramsar Convention or Ramsar. By 2011, Isimangaliso's 8-year drought led to low levels of Lake St. Lucia. This affected the St. Lucia estuary, which was then separated from the ocean. Even before the severe drought, which started in 2002, farmers upstream were redirecting water from the Umfolozi River, the major catchment for Lake St. Lucia. A major and arguably an avoidable expense to restoring the estuarine nature of the lake was the removal of the embankment which separated the lake from the ocean. Typically, under an ANC government, things have to get really bad before anything gets done. The next part of our excursion was to the Engen refinery 2 months earlier. On the 4th of December 2020, an explosion occurred at the refinery. The stench of the gases was still unbearable at the time of our visit. The incident was reported to the provincial authorities, namely the Department of Economic Development, Environmental Affairs and Tourism, the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment, the eThekwini Municipality, and the Department of Employment and Labour. Given the laissez-faire attitude of all these institutions, it should therefore come as no surprise that the citizens in eThekwini on the 1st of November have shown the ANC that they no longer have any confidence in the ANC to govern eThekwini in the interest of its citizens. This committee expressed its lack of trust in Engen, the municipality and the provincial government due to the lack of holding Engen accountable for the incident. How could we otherwise? 2 months after the incident, and there was no urgency in addressing the long-term impact on mental and physical health of the surrounding communities. Despite illnesses such as asthma, cancer, diabetes and other respiratory illnesses being commonplace, Engen refuses to take any responsibility. The eThekwini municipality failed the surrounding communities when they failed to hold Engen liable for the damage to the environment and dire impact that the refinery has on their lives. We need to ask ourselves, what type of government allows a facility of this nature to operate in such a densely populated area? Where is the concern for the well-being and the safety of our citizens? Who really benefited? Or should we ask, whose palms were greased at the expense of the well-being and safety of our citizens? The ANC government should prepare itself to be sitting in the opposition benches come 2024, because such disdain for the citizens of this country deserves the harshest punishment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The IFP.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson. I need a bonus today at the end of the day. Honourable Chairperson, in considering this report before the House, one must acknowledge from the outset that a considerable period of time has passed since the visit in February this year. Our views on the report are therefore qualified considering more recent developments impacting specifically the sites visited during the oversight visit. The oversight visits on the 3rd to 5th February specifically included an on-site visit to Engen Refinery, as we've heard, following the explosion in December 2020 at the refinery, which halted its operations during investigations. Since the oversight visit, honourable colleagues and chairperson, it was announced in April 2021 that the refinery will be closing down. The Engine Group apparently intends to convert the refinery into an import terminal and product storage facility by 2023. Environmental and health concerns from the pollution caused by the Engine refinery have caused great tension in the past. The proposed conversion will hopefully bring much relief to the surrounding local communities and improve their quality of life. And we say hopefully. The IFP, however, wishes to stress the importance of ensuring proper public participation concerning the proposed environmental impacts of the conversion, as well as job creation for the local communities. As was evident in the oversight report, surrounding local communities have stressed their unhappiness with the refinery's apparent lack of benefit to the community itself at public meetings. The IFP further supports the committee's views on the fire incident in December, which were expressed at the time of the visit. The visit to the Isimangaliso Wetland Park, which was to specifically consider the impact brought on by the separation of the Umfolozi River from the St. Lucia estuary, this park brings great pride and joy to our country, and it plays an important role in ecotourism. It is therefore important that cooperation between the park and local communities is fostered with care. The IFP agrees with the committee's recommendations that the park should further ensure that local communities benefit from all the park's activities. We also agree with the portfolio's concerns about the Wetland Parks Authority's audit outcomes and strongly support the need for clarity on funds spent on the development and refurbishment of offices instead of redirecting these funds towards programs in the park itself. In conclusion, the sustainability of the Isimangaliso Park and its great potential for ecotourism should be celebrated. As the IFP will continue, we will continue to provide our long-standing support for investments in ecotourism and ensuring that the benefits are shared with the surrounding local communities whose livelihoods depend on tourism. The IFP supports this report. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The FF Plus.
No declaration. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. The UDM, ATM, good. The NFP.
No declaration, House Chair.
Thank you. The AIC, COPE, PAC, Al-Jama, and the ANC.
Greetings, Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Members, and fellow South Africans. Chairperson, the Constitution of the Republic in Section 24 provides that everyone has a right to have the environment protected for the benefit of the present and future generations through reasonable legislative and other measures that prevent pollution and ecological degradation and promote conservation. As members of the ANC serving in the Portfolio Committee on Environment, Fisheries, Forestry and Fisheries, we are mindfully encouraged by the fact that South Africa has progressive legislation that deals with the protection and promotion of healthy environment. As the Portfolio Committee Chairperson, we visited KwaZulu-Natal to conduct oversight work on Isimangaliso Wetland Park in Richards Bay and Engine Refinery in Durban. In relation to Isimangaliso Wetland Park, the aim of the Portfolio Committee in determination of impact resulting from the separation of Umfolozi River from St. Lucia estuary, which had resulted in imbalance of estuarine ecosystem. St. Lucia is Africa's largest estuarine system, and in 1999, it was declared by the UNESCO as World Heritage Site. We went there to assess the change brought about by the opening of the river mouth in the restoration of the estuarine ecosystem. Honourable Chairperson, The breaching of St. Lucia Mouth had angered ordinary South Africans, environmental scientists, residents living in and around St. Lucia, as well as non-governmental organizations working on issues of environment. We were encouraged by the response taken by the executive in appointment of a panel of experts to investigate this breach at St. Lucia Estuary. The House take note that since the opening of the river mouth, the estuarine ecosystem was progressively restored. Honorable Chairperson, capital investment in our struggling economy is very much more important, and this should take place this should not take place at the expense of our communities and labor. All corporations should ensure maximum adherence to the country's legislation. We received on the 27th of November 2019, during a committee meeting, a presentation from Engen, and there was an indication that all Engen SA sites hold valid atmospheric emissions licenses, and compliance is reported to the local authority annually. But different stakeholders, including community members, had previously raised their concerns around air pollution in Durban and lack of Engen's ability to comply with national emission standards in terms of National Environmental Management Air Quality Act. Following the fire incidents, the refinery on the 4th of December, the communities further raised concerns on the state of air quality, and as a result of the fire leading to various illnesses, including asthma, cancer, and death of fishes and birds in the nearby nature reserves. Some of the concerns related to lack of government in ensuring that there is compliance by the refinery. Some members of the community and stakeholders had raised concerns around labor recruitment and the refinery, and how residents in the neighboring are finding it difficult to get employment at the refinery, despite having the relevant qualifications. In closing, Honorable Chairperson, the ANC, in supporting the adoption of the report by the House, we would like to elevate the importance of all stakeholders working together to ensure that this country moves forward. It is important that Engen ensures compliance with their social labor plans and local government as set out in the constitutional provisions. And it must ensure full participation by the community on matters of environmental development. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I now recognize the Honourable Chief Whip.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, I move that the House adopts this report. Thank you.
Thank you. The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? No objections. Agreed to. The Secretary will read the 12th order.
Consideration of Joint Standing Committee on Defence and Portfolio Committee on Defence and Military Veterans on oversight visit to selected military bases in Gauteng and selected landline borders from 27 to 29 November 2020.
I will now recognize the Honourable Mutle, who will introduce the report. The Honourable Mutle.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. I will be presenting the report on behalf of the Chair, who was supposed to be here presenting, but unfortunately, he is hospitalized. We wish him well and a speedy recovery. The Joint Standing Committee on Defence function under Section 228, subsection D of the 1993 interim constitution that allows the committee to investigate and make recommendations regarding the budget, functioning, organizations, armaments, policy, morale, and state of preparedness of the National Defence Force. In line with its legislative mandate, the committee conducted oversight visit to one military hospital, the South African Army Main Ordnance Sub-Depot in Valmarsdal, Air Force based in Waterkloof, and 3 landline border site in Limpopo, Mpumalanga, and KwaZulu-Natal. The primary aim of this oversight was to solicit a briefing or get to be briefed on the condition at the identified military bases and to assess the condition under which our soldiers are deployed as part of the Operation Corona along South African borderline. The secondary aim was to familiarize committee members with the condition at military base, various military base, in order to inform their broader parliamentary oversight mandate. At one military hospital, which is the South African National Defence Force primary medical facility, and provides key medical service not only to serving soldiers but also to their dependents and military veterans. The committee visit was informed by concern expressed in the Joint Standing Committee on Defence in the 5th Parliament around the repair and maintenance project at the hospital. The ramp project, which was started in 2006, is yet to be completed and has had negative effects on the hospital ability to provide effective and efficient medical service to its clients. During the oversight visit, the committee observed the first floor of the hospital that is supposed to contain several operating theaters and specialist units. Unfortunately, no construction has taken place on this floor for several years, and it remains construction site, offering no use to hospital. The committee was also informed that the absence of operating theater results in very high outsourcing costs to the South African National Defence Force when patients are sent to private facilities. Similarly, the Department of Defence expressed dissatisfaction with the service provided by the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure in relation to the said project. The Joint Standing Committee has committed to continuously make follow-ups on the matter until the matter is resolved. The visit to one mill also revealed the positive development regarding the emergency construction of a COVID-19 emergency ward on the hospital's 7th floor, which was constructed in a very short turnaround time. This construction highlights that the capacity exists to deliver quality medical service to members of the South African National Defence Force, military veterans, and their dependents. The visit at the SA Army Main Ordnance Sub-Depot in Valmarsdal was a short visit which highlighted infrastructure concerns. The committee was especially concerned about the interruption of water and electricity supply to that particular base, given its challenges around hygiene, the interruption of the base activities. And then we proceeded to Air Force Base in Waterkloof. The committee was briefed by the commanding team at the Air Force Base on various units housed at the base, as well as challenges that they are confronted with. The committee observed...
Time is now expired. Thank you.
Yeah, we are now tabling the report for consideration. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. There will now be an opportunity for declarations. The Democratic Alliance.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, the visits to one military hospital in Valmarsdal were embarrassing and very disappointing and need no further mention, except to say that the forensic report on one military hospital is still not being presented to our committees. Further, the Defence Force is responsible for safeguarding our land borders through Operation Corona and assumes the responsibility for the areas between the official ports of entry along South Africa's 4,471-kilometre borderline. Currently, the Defence Force only deploys 15 sub-units for this purpose. The prime function of landward border safeguard is to deter illegal practices like cross-border trade and the movement of people, animals, contraband and substances across the border with the intention to force people to utilize the official border posts. We conducted the oversight visit to some hotspots along our land border lines from 27 to 30 November last year, subsequent to the embarrassing so-called washing line saga by the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure on the border with Zimbabwe. We visited the hotspots around Beitbridge and Komatipoort official border crossings and along the northern KZN border with Mozambique. The sub-units deployed are 4 both sides of Beitbridge, 3 both sides of Komatipoort, and 3 along the northern KZN border with Mozambique. They primarily rely on the use of soft-body land cruisers with little or no support from the Air Force, cyber and other technologies as force multipliers to secure the 27/7 surveillance of our borders. Let us be honest, to only rely on the so few sub-units with totally inadequate equipment and resources to safeguard our borders is the same as to fire a shotgun in the air with the hope that some pellets will find the target. It is practically and humanly impossible to fully safeguard our borders this way. With the current increased threats on our borders, the corruption by criminals and unpatriotic soldiers as exposed by carte blanche, and the emanating threats flowing from our involvement in Cabo Delgado will be reckless, irresponsible, and a neglect of our responsibilities if we all do not take urgent action steps to improve our border safeguarding, defence capabilities, and associated resources. Yes, more money is required, but the Minister and the Military Command Council must be prepared to reconsider the current defence strategies, priorities, and budgetary commitments. With the economic outlook being very grim, a major change in the priorities and application of scarce resources will have to come from inside the Defence Force. We know that there are some very onerous and red tape procurement processes also with regards to Operation Corona, where some of the commanding officers needed simple, very essential stuff like replacement of tires of the patrol vehicles. Now they have to go through a centralized procurement process, which is time-consuming, and for this whole process, those vehicles are out of service, and that is just increasing the danger and the threat on our borders and our capabilities. Some of the essential actions we have identified are urgent use of cyber, satellite, and other high-end technologies as force multipliers to keep a 24/7 surveillance of border activities. Our private sector defence industry stakeholders already have these capabilities available to us. Allocation of additional funds for borderline security, technology, and especially UAVs. Procurement of new land border armoured patrol vehicles to replace the current soft-skin vehicles which provide zero protection to our soldiers. Root out the threat and corruption in land border safeguarding, especially after the expose by carte blanche. This is a reality and a real threat to our safety and security of South Africa. There must be a visible zero-tolerance approach, and the responsibility and accountability must start with the Minister and the Defence leadership. Chairperson, what we need is first and foremost the political will of government to act urgently in the best interests of South Africans. The operational and management will, discipline and patriotism of defence leadership on each level to urgently improve our borderline safeguarding. And thirdly, we need the support from National Treasury to allocate the required ring-fence funds. The DA will support the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The EFF.
Thank you very much, Chair. Firstly, I would like to thank the soldiers on the borders, working under those difficult conditions. Equally, I would like to thank the Army in general. Our proposed borders are not worthy to be called borders. They are meant to curb movement of Africans from one country to another. The fence borders that are in Zimbabwe, Swaziland, and Mozambique are hardly meant by our soldiers who, by not a making of their own, cannot patrol due to vehicles that are not meant for the rough terrain that is on the borderlines. Our vehicles do not wear tires that are compliant for such roads. The military vehicle forever experiences punctures that take days to repair. Car thieves syndicates, with the help of ill-disciplined soldiers, take advantage of weak leadership and poor control. There is a constant jumping of these fences by criminal syndicates from across the globe to come into South Africa. We need our military well-equipped at these borders in order to prevent the proliferation of these criminal activities. There is a dire need to equip the military bases with the latest communication technology equipment and proper transport that befits the urban needs to respond promptly in emergency situations. The recent unrest in Gauteng, where the Soweto military base was used as an operational center, showed that the military did not have the requisite apparatus required to handle the situation of the magnitude of the unrest. There was unpreparedness of the army to handle any case of insurrection if needed to be. The Soweto military base staff and personnel had to be capacitated by other soldiers from other provinces because no standby air force and equipment that could stand up to the hostile challenges. Thank you, Chair. I support the report.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The IFP.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. The oversight visit of these various military bases under discussion in today's report allow us to have a glimpse of some of the working conditions faced by our military personnel. Whilst this will not give us a comprehensive picture on the state of all military bases and operations across the country, we have a chance to reflect on a few mentioned in today's report. The IFP values the contribution of the Department of Defense and military veterans. While we appreciate the effort of the department, we are concerned about our porous borders. The country is bleeding money because of poor border management. To the benefit of organized crime syndicates, we also reflect on the socio-economic and security risk posed by having permeable borders, as large as numbers of undocumented migrants have become a key political issue in the country. This uncontrolled flow of people into the country is a burden on the provision of services, infrastructure, and national security. The IFP is also concerned about the state of military hospitals in the country. Our main concern is centered on issues surrounding upgrades of military hospitals in Tabatswana and Bloemfontein, where despite millions being spent on upgrades, the projects are still far from completion after years of upgrading expenditures. We worry about the allegations of corruption and wastage on these projects. We also reflect on the wasteful and irregular expenditure by this department over the years. In light of this, we are concerned about the allegation faced by senior management in the department on corruption charges. The IFP would like to also bring to attention the continued losses incurred in this department through irregular and wasteful expenditure. We condemn acts of corruption and criminal activities by army personnel on our borders. While this is a betrayal of the constitutionally mandated duties of army officials, such acts continue to jeopardize the security of the country while disseminating the integrity of the department. We expect the army to conduct themselves with the necessary decorum and discipline. The IFP knows the challenges reported in the various sections in this report, and we support the recommendations from the Joint Standing Committee on Defense and the Portfolio Committee on Defense and Military Veterans. Our concern in this report remain especially relating to the exorbitant cost associated with the outsourcing of some medical services which continues to be a drain on the department finances. The IFP accepts the recommendation in this report. The IFP supports the report. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The FF Plus.
No declaration. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. The UDM. ATM. Good. The NFP.
No declaration. Thank you, Chairperson.
AIC, COPE, PAC, Al-Jama, and the ANC.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. Greetings to you and the House. The report that is presented today for consideration by this House provides a clear outline on the oversight visit by the Joint Standing Committee on Defense and the Portfolio Committee on Defense and Military Veterans to the selected military bases in Gauteng. The purpose of the oversight visit was to go and assess the conditions in which the soldiers are deployed and work on, to enhance the Portfolio Committee in its constitutional mandate, which is performing oversight responsibility. Portfolio Committee performed oversight at one military hospital, SA Army Main Ordnance, Sub-Depot Valmanstal, the Air Force Base Waterkloof, and 3 landline borders. There were challenges in the landline borders, and that provided a necessity for the Portfolio Committee to go and conduct oversight in these different bases. The military hospitals have a mandate to provide support, effective healthcare service, and sustain the capable health service for the South African National Defence Force. In the military hospital, there was a repair and maintenance program which seeks to improve the conditions of the hospital, though there are challenges within the implementation of the project. But there was work done and of level 7 in the hospital, which was then used as an isolation facility with ICU and high care with the renal capabilities. There is a need to finish the RAM and the first floor of the hospital as soon as possible. The SA Army Main Ordnance Sub-Depot, its mandate is to dismantle prime mission equipment which were declared beyond the economic repairs. And there is indeed about 42 vehicles that were dismantled. And there are 50 more on the line in the next batch to be dismantled. And there is positive signs through the working relations commitment from both the SANDS, DF, and the Cuban specialists, and there is work done. The AFB Waterkloof base has some challenges, which include runaway airfield lighting, cabling that were not available locally. The base has experienced some vandalism of their fuel decanting facility and some equipment being stolen, and there is really a need to improve conditions in the base. Beyond the challenges, there were aircraft service ability. There was a quarantine facility that was established. The base is very neat and clear, safe weapon storage. The Portfolio Committee further looked at the Beit Bridge border area on the 28th November 2020. This is where some of the soldiers were deployed in the Operation Corona. And the primary purpose of the deployment was to curb the illegal movement of the people and goods across the South African borders, from the land to air and the maritime border. And this is part of the primary mandate of the South African National Defence Force, which is to protect the territory, borders, and South African sovereignty. One of the main challenges at the borders is the limited number of forces on the ground to provide support. There are damaged border fences that contribute to the challenges experienced, including shortage of military vehicles contribute to challenges experienced. There is a need to provide support to these bases for the SANDF in order to the forces to perform their duties to protect South Africans. Though there were constraints, but the SANDF was able to do a good job. Many people without proper documentation have been arrested, including number of vehicles were confiscated in the borders. And this is a positive sign, and the statistic of these categories were presented. In conclusion, Honorable Chair, indeed, there was work done by the SANDF, though there is a range of issues that created difficulties for the implementation mandate. But beyond those challenges, there was work done by the SANDF, and that is positive sign and level of commitment by the members of the South African Defence Force. And patriotism is outstanding. The ANC supported the report. I thank you, Honourable House Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I will now recognize the Honourable Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Thank you very much, House Chair. I move that the House adopts this report. Thank you.
The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? No objections. Agreed to. The Secretary will read the last order of the day.
Consideration of interim joint report of Portfolio Committee on Employment and Labour and Portfolio Committee on Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development on comprehensive oversight on living and working conditions of farm workers, farm dwellers and farmers.
I will now call upon the Honourable Mandela, who will introduce the joint report from the Chamber.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, fellow South Africans. The task given by the National Assembly to the Portfolio Committee on Employment and Labour and the Portfolio Committee on Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development to jointly conduct comprehensive oversight on the living and working conditions of the farm workers, farm dwellers and farmers is understood within the context that the ANC-led government has done tremendously well in enacting and implementing pieces of legislation meant to achieve our land reform policy objectives. The democratic government has worked steadfastly to ensure improved conditions on the farms, and this includes secure land tenure rights, improved labor relations and conditions of farm work, as well as the promotion and protection of human rights. We recognize that there is still room for improvement. As I table before you, honorable members, the joint interim report of the Portfolio Committee on Employment and Labour and the Portfolio Committee on Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development, we like to bring to attention that in March and in April of this year, the two committees held meetings, and these were dedicated to developing a better understanding of the terms of reference of the Joint Committee. The outcome of these meetings was the development of a framework document defining the approach and the roadmap to the key interventions and the provisions of stakeholder analysis. This framework was adopted by the two committees as a working document and acts as a blueprint to guide the committees in carrying out its mandate. The framework document entails the following plans: briefings to the relevant departments and workshop with stakeholder to diagnose the problem statements, investigate the impact and effectiveness of interventions taken thus far, and assess progress made in addressing the problem, as well as oversight visits and public hearings. The House would remember that our government's land reform policy has three pillars, and that is the land redistribution, land restitution, and security of land tenure. Progressive legislation framework has been put in place by this Parliament, such as Land Reform, Land Tenants Act number 3 of 1996, and the Extension of Security of Tenure Act of 1997. The Labour Tenants Act afforded labour tenants and former labour tenants the right to submit applications or claims to have their land restored or registered in their names, while the Extension of Security of Tenure Act ensured regulations of evictions and creation of long-term occupiers, including the promotion of on-farm and off-farm settlement that secure the right of farm dwellers. In the matter commonly known as Nkunzi judgment, the court held that the state had an obligation to provide legal assistance to farm dwellers as indigent group when facing evictions or any threat of eviction. Currently, farm dwellers are enabled to assert their tenure rights as envisioned in Section 25, subsection 6 of the Constitution of the Republic. And this is realized by the established Land Rights Management Facility, a services project that provides legal assistance to farm dwellers. This facility has, over the years, assisted and helped many affected farm dwellers and stakeholders. We therefore, Honorable House Chair, submit to the House that the two committees should not complete the task, and hereby request that the House grant us an extension of the deadline for submission of the report to this House by no later than the 31st of November 2022. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I will now recognize political parties who want to make declarations. The Democratic Alliance.
House Chair, on behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I understand the need to have a comprehensive oversight on the living and working conditions of workers in South Africa. Why target farm labour is still a mystery, but maybe it can be answered by looking at the ridiculous ANC-led government who have tried to run a farm called Solms Delta, which used to be a highly successful operation. Workers have not received their salaries for 4 months. They're literally starving. This is our ANC-led government. The refrain that we often sing, Old MacDonald had a farm, well, that will show that the operative word is had. When it was debated to have immediate equalization and an increase in wages for farm workers, it was shown by the agricultural sector that it would be unsustainable for the sector. Agri-SA submitted various reports to the Department of Labour explaining why a 16% increase did not make sense. It was quite clearly stated that the majority of employers in the sector face serious challenges, and the majority are mostly small-scale and medium-scale farmers. Large-scale commercial farmers only make up a tiny percentage. The minister was presented with these facts, and he specifically stated at a portfolio meeting of Labour that he can't see the minimum wage increase being a problem, as the employers in this sector have been compliant with the minimum wage to date? If that is correct, then why have a specific investigation into this industry? Probably because of the Salms Delta exercise. I can understand an investigation into farm murders, which has become a pandemic in South Africa. We should be spending more time and putting more resources into protecting farm laborers and farmers from the murderers who invade farms on a daily basis. To waste our time looking into other conditions is particularly strange when we are facing this daily massacre with very little input from the government or the police. There was a recommendation of a minority report by the business commissioners of the national minimum wage to emphasize the need for a sustainable wage increase. The last increase, we saw wholesale retrenchment, when in fact we're evidencing in South Africa the worst unemployment in the world. Over and above this, the unsustainability of the wage increases will compromise the role of the agricultural sector in contributing to social stability in our country. The farmers won't be able to produce food affordably. This will lead to a food crisis. Already Agri SA has warned of the possible loss of 4,000 jobs. The pandemic has indeed affected farmers, but more importantly, it's affected the laborers. If they lose their jobs because of wage increases, it'll be almost impossible to find alternative jobs. Farm laborers are normally part of a vulnerable and marginalized grouping. They're people of low skills, low educational levels, and mostly reliant on their job to house their whole family. To lose their job would be absolutely devastating in these circumstances. These factors were placed before the minister, but it appears that the government is not serious about addressing unemployment at all. We often hear that employers can apply for exemptions, which is only 10% and to a large degree absolutely unobtainable. The sector employs about 800,000 people, and this number will drop radically as the rising wage bill is about 30% of production costs. It becomes feasible at that point for the sector to consider mechanization and industrialization instead of job creation. This is the very worst thing that can happen to employment in South Africa. Food will become unemployable, and this will in turn affect the poorest of the poor. Access to employment and the retention of those in employment is much more important than the 16% increase. Unemployment in rural areas is a lot worse. Again and again, the South African Human Rights Commission is looking at farm labor, coming out with some of the most outrageous suggestions. It needs to be known that we have a sectorial determination. We have the National Minimum Wage, the Basic Conditions of Employment Act, the Employment Equity Act, Compensation for Occupational Injury and Diseases, Occupational Health and Safety Act, UIF, and indeed the sectorial determination. We have inspectors, trade unions, CCMA. Why is the agricultural sector being targeted, but not helped when facing murderers? It was Edmund Burke who said, "Nothing turns out to be so oppressive and unjust as a feeble government." Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The EFF.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. To debate in this matter of the comprehensive oversight on the living and working conditions of farm workers and farm dwellers is an important matter to the EFF. Chairperson, the EFF, when it moved this motion in Parliament, it was never about investigating the living conditions of the exploiters, the farmers. The main reason that the Joint Committee did not attempt to study this most important task was that the committee kept on changing the objective of the investigations. Both the ruling ANC and the representatives of the white farm owners, the Freedom Front Plus and the DA, were obsessed with changing the objective of the Joint Committee mandate to favorably include investigating the living conditions of farmers, more than the people this Joint Committee was established for, the conditions of farm workers, farm dwellers, and their families. It was never meant to investigate the conditions of the landed, exploiting class of white farm owners. Honourable Chair, since this was the proposal made by the EFF and the ANC feeling outsmarted by the EFF, as always, the ruling party brought ostensibly superficial and artificial amendments to the initial motion with clear intentions to misleading the people to believe that the ruling party is committed to the living and working conditions of farm workers and their vulnerable families. We feel deeply let down. Not only the EFF feel let down, but most vulnerable farm workers, farm dwellers and their families, whose lowly lives have not improved since the dawn of democracy in 1994. There hasn't been any political will by the ruling party, the ANC, to drive this important matter further. In fact, an ad hoc committee could have worked far better. Joint oversight committees don't work because each committee prioritizes its own program, which is the case in this matter. We once more propose that Parliament assigns an ad hoc committee to do this investigation for the same reasons we had advanced in our framework. Furthermore, the investigation must be centered on the vulnerable farm workers and farm dwellers, not the inclusive face-buying, class vacillation that sought to patronize the agricultural and farming oligarchy in this country. Few of the secondary questions that ought to be asked. Could the failure of the Joint Committee to carry out its mandate be blamed on COVID or long constituency period? The answer is no. What prevented these two committees to facilitate stakeholder engagement visually? Nothing. Even in-house committee meetings just to review work emanating from parliamentary committees or other relevant projects, such as the so-called Motlanthe panel recommendation regarding security of tenure, was not done. The question is why? I don't think we should use COVID or any of the above reasons as scapegoat. A lot still could have been done. Chairperson, the truth is, lack of political will is what led to the failure, if not what will eventually lead to the abortion of this most crucial piece of work of what Parliament could have done for the most vulnerable. The framework document we developed proposed meetings every Friday, but when we needed to meet, Labour Committee was busy with legislation. Hence, I say it wasn't really a priority. We know as a fact that farm workers and their families look forward to Parliament doing the right thing and conclude its work and report to the nation on the living and working conditions of white-owned farms. This is a very important work. It must be completed as a matter of extreme urgency. It is clear that the Joint Committee oversight on such a critical matter didn't work and will never work. Therefore, Chairperson, we need to try an ad hoc committee which will have much more power and authority to complete this mission. Finally, we are where we are primarily because looking into the living and working conditions of farm workers and farm dwellers was never a priority, and the ruling party never had a political will, as any attempt to investigate these conditions will tamper with its elite interest. We call for the establishment of an ad hoc committee which would report to Parliament within 12 months from the date the ad hoc committee shall have been adopted by Parliament. We agree with the extension of time and that this work must be concluded as speedily as possible. Thank you so much, Honourable Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The IFP.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson. Honourable Chairperson and colleagues, firstly, we must note that this is an interim report. So the report has not been concluded, and the IFP will make its comments during the process that follows, and will make its comments available when we debate the report next year. However, I'd like to note the Chairperson's comments, the Honourable Mandela's comments, that there's still room for improvement. And I want to say, Honourable Mandela and colleagues, that there's still room for a lot of improvement. And this task cannot be a never-ending task. We've got to come to grips with fears and aspirations that exist out there in our communities, both by farmers and farm workers, and the sooner this committee can end its work and come up with a report that Parliament can consider, the better. But one of the big challenges we have in terms of land reform is implementation of policy. We've got very good policies, but the implementation of policies is weak, to say the least. So unless we start implementing policies that we have in place, and there are adequate policies in place, I don't think we're going to go anywhere. Finally, Honourable Chairperson, let me say that I think Honourable Mandela has either used, he's either used parliamentary privilege or the Mandela legacy to add another day to November next year. Because he said we'll conclude this report by the 31st of November 2022, and there's only 30 days in November. That's why I say I hope it's not a never-ending task. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The FF Plus.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, since the inception of this joint committee, both the EFF that brought the initial motion and the ANC that amended the motion have been burdened by labour issues of their own. ANC employees have not received salaries for a number of months. The question begs to be answered why the agricultural sector that has been our only industry flourishing during this COVID pandemic is being targeted. Is it for cheap political points? And can it be that the ANC and EFF will most probably lose interest in this investigation now that the elections are over? The Department of Labour has its own labour inspectors who are tasked to investigate working conditions of all workers, including that of farm workers. Is this amended motion by the ANC an admission of the failures of its own Labour Department or possibly of its own Department of Agriculture? The EFF is forever looking for a stick to beat employers with, especially employers in the agricultural sector. Is hulle magshonger grondgryp onderop besig om uit te haal? En is die ANC so blind dat hulle self aan die neus laat lei daardeur? House Chair, this remains to be seen. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The UDM, ATM, Good, the NFP.
House Chair. Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, we have seen the committee's request regarding this oversight visit. The issue is that the plight of the farm workers, farm dwellers, and farmers needs urgent attention. Committees go on oversight visit all the time, House Chair, and Labour was just in Durban, now on oversight visit. We believe that the plight of the farm workers, farm dwellers, and farmers is not being taken seriously by postponing the oversight visit to 30 November 2022. That is a long period to postpone this matter. We understand that there are time constraints and COVID-19 has shifted many planned events, but postponing it to the following year is pushing it. We call on the committees responsible for this oversight to revisit this request and attempt to push the dates forward. I thank you, House Chair.
The AIC, COPE, PAC, Al-Jama, and the ANC.
Honourable House Chair, honourable members, nabo bonke abantu bezolako wethu. Sibulisa sisithi okokuqala nje siyayazi into abesithunyiwe sizezikomiti ezimbini ukuba siyawukhangela siphonononge ezandlela abaphila ngazo nabahlala phansi kwazo abasebenzi bakuthi emaplazini. Thina ke ANC sithathe eli ke lika Mama Jodina athi yena singahambi sidlala kasithunyiwe. Abantu baba bedlala ke baye balibala nokudlala balibale bangasayikhumule ithunyiwe. Lilonke ke ndifuna ukuqala nje ngokuthi siyi-ANC siyayamkela le ngxelo yethutyana okwalomgama sesiwuhambile kuba sifuna ungayinhlaki lento basifuna baqhatheke abantu bakokwethu. Apha sithetha ngabantu abondla isizwe, sithetha ngabantu abangathi mhlabathe kuwe umhlaba ngowakho amandla ngawethu ube sengxakini. Sithi ke ngokuthina siyayazi into ba lento yayiqale kwamhlamnene kwango1955 sasiyibhaqile into yokuba abantu bakokwethu baphansi kwembandezelo. Ke ngoko asifuni ukuyibhuduza lento. Yiyo ke lento lenkomiti kucelwa ithuba lo masenele umsebenzi sewufika phaya ku30 kaNovember ungaphangisa lempazamo yolusuku. I30 kaNovember yiyo lesitsho yona sivumelana ngayo. Apho ke sithi thina le mithetho yenziwayo yenzelwa okokuba silungise yonke la meko yokukhulula abantu bakwethu phansi kwembandezelo abahlala phansi kwazo. Iliswa nje ke phathi inkqubo njengoku mhlali ngaphambili yinto yokuba sikhanda intelezi nabathakathi bekhona. inzima ke lento kuba kaloku ngoku sithi sisathetha ngaba abacinezele kube khona othethela aba bacinezelayo isizukulwana sabo ke sisekhona siyayicela ke uba lendlu mayiwamkele esisiphakamiso so uba le committee iphinde inikwe lithutyana ugqibezele umsebenzi kodwa ngalendlela esiyibona ngayo kuba sithi thina banikazi bokukhulula abantu esingayenza into kuba siphinde sibakhulule kule angcinezelo yasekuhlaleni kwabakwazi ukuthi bazazi bangabantu angabanikazi belilizwe thina sile ANC mandiphinde siyixhasa yonke nesiphambano sakhona sokuba sifumane ithutyana lokuyicola ukwenzela ukuba abantu bakwethu bangaqhatheki enkosi mhlanga phambili.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I now recognize the Honourable Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Thank you very much, House Chair. House Chair, I move that the House adopts this report. Thank you.
The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? No objections agreed to. Honourable members, that concludes the business for the day and the House is adjourned.
Long live the chair! Long live Chief!